Living under the same roof as my mother-in-law has created a rift in what was once a blissful marriage. Suddenly, and without any discussion, my husband decided that we should all live together, despite knowing the strained relationship I have with her. I can't bring myself to forgive him, nor can I simply acquiesce to his wishes. I'm considering leaving this household on my own terms. My name is Sarah, and I'm 28 years old. I've been married to Jake for nearly 3 years now. We first met at a social gathering, dated for 2 years, and then tied the knot. We immediately connected due to our shared hobbies, and soon after, we found ourselves married. However, there's one persistent issue. My husband consistently prioritizes his mother over me. Raised in a single-parent home after his parents' divorce, he's deeply influenced by his mother's opinions, viewing them as infallible. Just recently, as we were preparing to leave for an outing, my husband unexpectedly interrupted our plans. "Sorry, Sarah. Mom just messaged me. She wants to go shopping. Come along with us." "Wait, what? We were supposed to go buy new dishes today." "Sorry, Mom really insisted," he pleaded. "I don't care. We've had this planned for a week," I protested. "But you can pick out dishes by yourself, can't you?" "Mom can't shop without me." "Even so, isn't it strange to put your mom first like this?" "Sorry again. Can you stop fussing? Just go by yourself, Sarah," he said, hurrying out the door. What the heck was that? We had plans first, and he prioritizes his mom today? I can't believe it. In the end, I went out alone, feeling completely deflated. As I wandered through the stores by myself, a text from my mother-in-law flashed on my phone. It was a photo of a tempting cake with a message. "Jake treated me." I couldn't help but let out an exasperated sigh. My mother-in-law has never been fond of me, often sending deliberate photos of her and Jake looking happy together to unsettle me. That day, her texts were relentless, adding to my mounting irritation. Jake is an amazing husband when his mother isn't involved, but whenever she intrudes, frustration ensues. I've never appreciated how she constantly undermines our relationship. Reflecting on it now, she may have been antagonizing me even before we married. During our engagement announcement at her house, she scrutinized me from head to toe. "Sarah, where did you get that dress?" Just something I found at a department store sale," I replied tentatively. "Sorry, but it looks rather shabby. It doesn't suit my son at all," she retorted sharply. "Excuse me," I stammered, taken aback by her directness. Ignoring my surprise, she continued her critique without hesitation. "Also, your manners are lacking. You didn't even say thank you when I served you tea." "Oh, I apologize. I was so nervous I forgot," I replied, feeling flustered. Jake didn't intervene to stop his mother's sarcastic remarks. Instead, he chuckled and said, "Mom, you're tough." I knew he treasured his mother deeply, having grown up in a single-parent household, but in that moment, I wished he would have defended me at least a little from her relentless criticism. Looking back, I should have reconsidered the marriage then. Those doubts began to consume my thoughts daily. Then one day, during a break at work, I noticed several missed calls from Jake on my phone. I called him back immediately, and after a few rings, he picked up. "Jake, is that you?" I answered the call. "Sarah, something awful has happened," Jake replied urgently. "What? What happened?" I asked, alarmed. "Mom collapsed," he said tersely. "What? Your mom collapsed?" I exclaimed, shocked by the news. "Yes, I need you to leave work and come to her house right away," Jake insisted. "What? Hold on," I started, trying to process the sudden request. But before I could get any more details, Jake abruptly hung up. "Hold on. Why go home? If she collapsed, shouldn't she be in a hospital?" I muttered anxiously to myself. Nevertheless, I rushed straight to my mother-in-law's house. Upon arrival, I found my mother-in-law peacefully snoring in the living room. "You're late. Why didn't you come earlier?" Jake scolded me, his brows furrowed, speaking in a hushed tone. Feeling a bit taken aback, I replied, "Jake, there are train schedules. I came as quickly as I could after hearing she collapsed." "Ha! Aren't you worried about my mother? She just managed to fall asleep." "Well, what do you want me to say?" Jake responded dismissively. Growing increasingly frustrated with Jake's lack of concern, I asked him, "Hey, is it okay to leave your mother at home? Shouldn't we take her to the hospital?" "She's fine. I gave her a pain relief patch," Jake replied calmly. "A pain relief patch?" "Jake, she said she collapsed. She fell and hurt her back and couldn't apply it herself, so she called me," I explained. "Wait a minute. You said your mom collapsed, so she just fell and hurt her back, that's all, I questioned, feeling puzzled by the discrepancy. What's with that, Tham? Jake snapped angrily, his face turning red. You're making it sound like my mom is exaggerating. Well, it's just a minor fall, right? When you say someone collapsed, it sounds serious, I reasoned. Don't jump to conclusions. Don't blame me for that. I shouldn't have had to leave work early for this. How could you say that? Look at her, she can't even get up right now, Jake defended. I don't care. There's nothing I can do here. Did you really need to call me? I had to make up an excuse to leave work during our busiest season, and you made it sound like an emergency. I vented my frustration. Jake sighed, looking annoyed. You know, Sarah, you don't seem to care about my mom at all. Every time I bring her up, you get this sour look on your face. It's really rude as a wife. Hey, what are you trying to blame me for now? No, that's not the point. A normal wife would care for her husband's mother, right? I don't sense any intention of that from you, Sarah, Jake confronted me. Come on, I've told you countless times, your mother has disliked me from day one. She's always picking on me. How can you expect me to want to take care of her? I retorted. What are you implying? She intentionally contacted you on a day we had plans. It's obviously deliberate, Jake argued. My mom is tough on you, Sarah, because she doesn't see you as a worthy daughter-in-law, Jake asserted. What? Seriously? How can he think like that? Doesn't he see his mother's actions for what they are? I exclaimed in disbelief. Despite our continued arguing, we made no progress. Soon after, my mother-in-law woke up and turned her attention to me. Sarah, it's so heartless of you not to be concerned when I've fallen, she complained. No, I rushed over here because I was worried. But you seem to be okay now, I defended. Excuse me, how can you say that? I fell and hurt my back, she insisted. But it was just a fall, right? Calling it a collapse seems a bit exaggerated, I responded. Oh, stop with your complaints. This is why I can't stand sarcastic women. I should never have approved of you marrying Jake, she snapped. Her words stung more with anger than sadness. I wanted to leave as soon as possible, so I swiftly exited my in-laws' house. Later, checking my phone, I found a text from Jake. I'm worried about Mom, so I'm going to stay here for a while. Instead of worrying about me, he's still fussing over his mother at a time like this, I muttered, feeling thoroughly disgusted. I didn't bother replying and simply went to bed. He didn't return home for quite some time after that. A week later, just as I was enjoying some rare solitude, Jake's call interrupted my peace. Could this be an apology call? I hadn't reached out to him at all, and perhaps Jake had finally realized his mistakes. I wondered hopefully. With those thoughts in mind, I answered the phone, only to be greeted unexpectedly by Jake's voice. Hey Sarah, is that you? It's been a while. What's up? Jake's voice came through the phone. Well, I've been talking to Mom and thought I should fill you in, he said. Huh? Talked about what? I replied, puzzled. Mom is going to move in with us at our place, Jake announced. What? I exclaimed, caught completely off guard. My mind raced, trying to process the sudden news and control my emotions. I managed to find my voice. Wait, living together? You mean she's moving in? Yeah, after her fall, we're worried something else might happen, so we thought it would be best if she moved in with us, Jake explained. Wait a second, you're joking, right? I can't live with her, I protested. What do you mean you can't? Don't you care about Mom? Jake asked, sounding confused. It's not about that. How many times do I have to explain? I know I'll be mistreated if she lives with us, Jake. You understand that, don't you? Are you bringing this up again? Anyway, it's decided. I've already sent her things over and they'll be there by tomorrow. Can you take care of it? Jake interrupted. What? Wait, that's not. I started to protest. Well, make sure to handle it, Jake cut me off, ending the call abruptly. My frustration towards Jake boiled over. He had gone ahead with this plan without consulting me. This couldn't be a joke. Why was I being excluded from this decision? There was no way I could agree to live with her. With determination, I decided to leave this house. I immediately began packing my belongings, driven by a need to escape Jake's selfishness and my mother-in-law's intrusion. At this point, leaving seemed like the only option left to me. The next day, the intercom buzzed, announcing the arrival of a large shipment of my mother-in-law's belongings. Just as the delivery settled in, Jake's call came through. Hello, Sarah. Is that you? I'm a bit busy right now, I replied tersely. Are you still upset about yesterday? Jake asked cautiously. I'm not upset, or rather, I don't care anymore, I responded coldly. Good, that's a relief then, Jake sighed. Struggling to contain my irritation towards my inconsiderate husband, he continued. By the way, the shipment I sent yesterday has already arrived. It's here, and I'd just finished sending my things to my parents' house, Jake informed me. Ha, your parents' house? I questioned, caught off guard. I'm going back to my parents. If you want to live with your mom, go ahead and do it yourself, I explained, feeling resolute. Come on, you're joking, right? What's all this nonsense? Jake protested, sounding bewildered. Nonsense? I'm serious. Making decisions about living together without discussing it is unacceptable, and because of that, I've made my choice, I asserted firmly. If you're gone, Jake, who will take care of the house? We're not children. We can handle it ourselves. Enough with your nonsense. You always speak out of turn. Mom is upset too, you know, Jake retorted defensively. Let her be upset if she wants. I stand by my decision, I replied firmly, unwavering in my resolve. My husband's response was more explosive than I had anticipated. Don't play games. You're my wife, act like it. Just shut up and listen to what I'm telling you, you idiot, he shouted angrily. Idiot, are you talking to me? Who else would you be talking to? I shot back, incredulous. Whatever. Go back to your parents' house until you can think straight, okay? When you're ready to apologize sincerely to me and Mom, then come back. If you apologize sincerely, both Mom and I will forgive you. Bye, Jake snapped, ending the call abruptly. He seemed to think he'd done nothing wrong. In his world, he and his mom were still the top priority. Fed up with his attitude, I packed my suitcase and returned to my parents' house. A few hours later, the phone rang again, this time for my husband. What? I'm busy right now, I responded curtly. What the hell is going on? Jake's voice trembled with frustration. Suppressing any hint of satisfaction, I asked calmly, what happened? Did something go wrong? When I got home, everything was gone, your belongings, even the stove, Jake explained. I expected as much, I replied coolly. You expected? Weren't you just planning to stay at your parents' for a few days? Jake questioned, sounding confused. Do you really think that was my intention? I'm sorry, but I have no intention of returning to that house, I stated firmly. What? Don't do this to me. What am I supposed to tell Mom? I told her you would take care of everything, Jake exclaimed, sounding desperate. Not my problem. Why don't you tell your mother the truth? I messed up, I upset my wife, and now she's left me, I retorted sharply. How could I say that? Just come back now. Don't make decisions on your own, Jake pleaded. Don't act on my own. You were the one who decided your mom would move in without consulting your wife. Don't try to shift the blame now, I countered firmly. Oh, Jake faltered over the phone. As I unleashed my pent-up frustration at Jake, who had always belittled and mocked me along with his mother, I realized forgiveness was beyond reach. It was time to address all the grievances I had harbored. Jake, what do you take me for? I'm not your servant or your mother's plaything. Not everything you do is acceptable, I exclaimed. Hey, Sarah, please calm down, Jake responded, trying to diffuse the tension. Shut up. You've never truly listened to me. I can't just go along with whatever you say anymore. I refuse to take care of you or your mother. I'd rather be single than live like that, I declared firmly. Don't say that. I don't want a divorce, Jake pleaded. I couldn't care less about what you want. I'm tired of being pushed around by you both. Figure it out yourselves. I'm done. Don't ever interfere in my life again. You and your mother can go to hell together, you two-faced duo, I snapped angrily. Wait, Sarah, Jake called out desperately. Ignoring Jake's calls, I hung up the phone in a fit of rage. I went straight to the lawyer's office and filed for divorce. It took some time, but eventually the divorce was finalized. After I left, it seemed Jake reluctantly began living with his mother alone. Without someone to handle the household chores, they started arguing, straining their once close relationship. As for me, after the divorce, I decided to move out of the family home. I rented an apartment close to my workplace and focused even more on my career. This dedication paid off, as I was soon offered a promotion and a corresponding salary increase. I now find deep satisfaction in my work. I'm truly relieved to have cut ties with that mother and son duo. From now on, I am determined to live life on my own terms for myself.
My name is Sandra Johnson. In my younger days, I wanted to become an actress and even joined a theater group. I seemed to have some talent, but realizing certain things with my ex-husband, Matt, dramatically changed my life plans. My ex-husband demanded that I give up my acting career. Faced with choosing between marriage and my dream, I grabbed the apparent dream of a woman. That was marriage in front of me. However, soon after getting married, the children I expected would not come no matter how long I waited. It wasn't until the 10th year that I finally became pregnant. Overjoyed, I couldn't hide my happiness, and bought a cake to celebrate once Matt returned home. However, who could have imagined that what was supposed to be the best night would turn into the worst? Matt came home tired and showed me a divorce paper with his name, Matt Ford, written on it. What's this? I want a divorce. I can't continue to live with you anymore. Despite finally getting pregnant at 41, all my joy was blown away. And all I could see was the sad reality. Why all of a sudden? It's not sudden. I've been thinking about this for a long time. Why? Just divorce me. No matter how much I asked for the reason, Matt would not disclose it. I'm sorry. Those were Matt's last words to me. In the end, I became single without even telling him about the pregnancy. But having my child with me might have been what allowed me to endure. 5 years later, without remarrying, as a single mother, I found immense joy in having a child. The child was a girl, and her smile was angelic. Sarah. Thank you for being born. Mommy is so happy because you are here. Every day is a struggle, but I never thought being a mother could be this joyful. Then, one day, I encountered someone I wished not to see. It was Matt, my ex-husband from 5 years ago. I didn't recognize him until he spoke because he looked so different. Hey, long time no see. Huh? What's that, huh? It's me. Your former husband, Matt. His appearance had changed drastically from the serious company employee he once was to something akin to a punk. Matt. Really? You've changed a lot. So what? Like I've gotten younger, huh? Yeah, maybe. It seemed more like he'd gotten foolish rather than younger. Why? Next to Matt was a young woman clinging to his arm. She seemed to be in her late 20s, while Matt was supposed to be 45. Like me. This meant she was over 20 years younger than him. The woman laughed mockingly and asked, "Who is this?" "Oh, this is my ex-wife. You know, the one from that time." "I see, from that time." "Wait, you mean you had another wife at that time?" "No, that's not it. We divorced 5 years ago. I was with this woman then." "I never told you that though." "So, the reason for our divorce was because you were cheating?" "It's not cheating if I'm crazy about her." "Really?" It was dizzying, but seeing such a broken man before me made me realize that the divorce was not a mistake. "Is she your wife?" "Nah, we're not married yet. But if this continues, we'll get married." "Well, congratulations then." "Thanks. Being with a younger wife, kids come quicker, right? I couldn't have kids with you, but now I'll finally be a dad." "Well, that's great. Are you married?" "No, I'm not." "I thought so, still single, huh?" "Well, it can't be helped. You were 41 when we split up, after all. Men can remarry at this age, but it's not the same for women. Looks do matter, don't they?" "Do they?" I don't think marriage is everything. You say that because you can't have kids. Watching Matt, he seemed desperate to keep up with his younger partner. It was clearly a strain for him. Since you can't have kids, it's better not to marry, right? It's a scam if you marry and can't have kids. I do have a child. What? You had a kid without being married? It costs money to raise a kid. Must be ugly and stupid, especially one from an old mother. That's not true. Well, you wouldn't say otherwise. Wait, you didn't get pregnant when you were with me, but you did with another man? That's not it. The child is yours too. What do you mean? On the day we got divorced, I went to the hospital and found out I was pregnant. I was looking forward to telling you, but we ended up discussing divorce. So I never got the chance to tell you before we parted. What? It means she's half yours. You're kidding. It's true. But don't worry, I'm not asking you to recognize her now. Oh, okay. At that moment, a little girl was led by a woman's hand towards us. Mommy, it's over. Huh? Mom? Yes. That means your child. Yes, my child. What's her name? Sarah. Sarah then walked up to me and greeted him. Nice to meet you, I'm Sarah. How old are you? I'm 4 years old. Then, the woman who had been clinging to Matt suddenly lit up and reached out for a handshake with Sarah. Sarah Johnson. Yes, I'm Sarah. Can I shake your hand? Mommy? Go ahead and shake her hand. Okay, here you go. Sarah extended her small hand. Wow, so cute. The real deal, really. What are you talking about? Of course, she's real. She's alive, isn't she? Not just that. She's the real Sarah Johnson. I'm so thrilled. What do you mean? Why are you shaking hands? Oh, Matt. Don't you see? This child. I don't get it. She's just a little girl. No, you don't understand. She's Sarah Johnson, the child prodigy actress. What? Indeed, my daughter Sarah is currently causing a huge buzz as a genius child actress. She's busy every day, being called to various studios, filming locations, and even shopping malls, like today. I've watched all the dramas and movies she's in. Truly an angel. Thank you. Oh, so cute. I'm a big fan of you, Sarah. I've collected all your merchandise. Getting the plushie you collaborated with Pooh was tough, but I managed. Matt's girlfriend seemed genuinely fond of Sarah, discussing Sarah-related merchandise in detail. Well, who would have thought your girlfriend would be a fan of Sarah? Strange things do happen. Is she really that famous? She's so young. Super famous. It's crazy not to know Sarah nowadays. Even if you say so, it's just a child acting. She's not just any child actress. Despite being so young and small, her acting is excellent, with a cute smile. She's called a once-in-a-century talent. Wow, is she really that amazing? She's more than amazing. Now, any drama you watch, if there's a child role, she's the top choice. Shining brighter than any other child actor. There's talk she might become a major actress in the future. She seemed genuinely happy and enthusiastic about talking about Sarah, while Matt wore a meaningful smile. I see, so she's making quite a bit of money. Yeah, she's a cash cow, huh? With her alone, you could probably buy a castle. That's not true. She's just a little girl. There are limits to how much she can work. Yeah, right. Working too much would mean no playtime for Sarah. Huh, my child's a genius actress? Wonder who she takes after. Me, of course. I wanted to be an actress before marrying you. I even passed some auditions. Yeah, I remember you saying something about wanting to be an actress. Yes, and I was told to choose between marriage and acting, and I chose marriage. If I hadn't given up acting back then, I sometimes wonder what life would be like now. Makes me want to go back to the past. But it was because you gave up that Sarah was born. That's true, since she was born between you and me. I never imagined that the child born after our divorce would fulfill my dream. Thinking about what kind of actress she'll become excites me. I hope she becomes a world-famous actress, but that's up to Sarah. Why? She's just a child. It should be about what the parents want. It won't work like that. Sarah will grow up, and she should be the one to decide what she wants to do. And who is that person over there? That's Sarah's manager, Angela. Sarah is very attached to her, which helps a lot. Manager Angela smiled in greeting, but Matt did not respond. She even has a manager? Yes, of course. With her popularity, it makes sense to have one. And, what were you doing just now? We were recording a radio program. Here? It was supposed to be a live broadcast. A job for such a small child. So she'll be earning for decades, huh? Amazing. But why did you even get her into showbiz? It wasn't so much putting her into it. When we were out shopping, she was scouted. I thought we might as well give it a try, and before we knew it, this happened. Huh, that's something. Excuse me, but we need to be moving on soon. At that moment, Angela spoke up. Huh, you're leaving? Yes, we have another location waiting. I see, Sarah is really a big star. Hey, wait a minute. You said this child is half made by me. Made by you, well, yes, your genes are certainly a part of her. She was conceived before we divorced. That means I have parental rights since she's half mine. Well, more than rights, you certainly have responsibilities. I see. Matt smirked and told Sarah, I'm your dad, but Sarah just tilted her head, puzzled. I don't understand. Of course, she wouldn't understand. Suddenly being told I'm your dad wouldn't make sense to a 4-year-old Sarah. But Matt was desperately trying to make her understand that he was her father. I'm your dad. We haven't met in a long time. So you might not understand, but you are made from my genes. However, the more desperate Matt became, the more frightened Sarah got, hiding behind her manager. Why didn't you properly tell her about me? What? Being told all of a sudden like this. Now that I'm not around, you'd hang up a picture or talk about me daily, wouldn't you? We're divorced, why would I hang up your picture? I don't have any lingering feelings for you. It's not about lingering feelings. Well, I never planned to meet you again. It just happened today, so I wouldn't teach her something that would confuse her. Even so, you should have at least told her she has a father. Other kids have dads, so she should know she has one too. Don't be so selfish. You chose someone else over me and left. If we hadn't met here, I wouldn't have told her until she was an adult. You should have told her. Then she would have understood immediately when I said I'm her dad. How can you half-heartedly claim she's half mine? Suddenly, Matt began to argue forcefully. At that moment, Sarah pushed Matt. With all her little strength, she said, "Don't bully Mommy." Of course. Such a little force wouldn't do much. It could easily be brushed aside. What, Sarah? Are you defying Daddy? I'm not bullying Mommy. I'm just correcting her because she's wrong. Don't bully Mommy. That's not cute. How rude. She's incredibly cute. Just because things aren't going your way doesn't mean you should say weird things. Even though she's my child, why do I have to be told these things? If we're blood related, she should understand we're family. Being blood related doesn't instantly make you family. It takes time to build a parent-child relationship. If she were to follow someone she just met because he said I'm your dad, that would actually be worrying. Exactly. How can you say Sarah isn't cute? She's desperately trying to protect her mom. Any other child wouldn't do that. She's so cute it's unbelievable. Hey, even you say such a thing. I'm a fan of Sarah. I'm saying this because you're disrespecting my favorite. Hey, Katie, wait. We have something important to discuss now. There's no time for that. We just met here. There's no important discussion to have. Well, I'll get straight to the point then. Since she's my child, half of the money she earns should be mine. So give me half of her earnings. What? What? Isn't it obvious? If it weren't for my genes, this child wouldn't have been born. So, as a producer, I have a right to receive it. What are you talking about? It's too sudden, I'm shocked. Basically, her income is her own. We've decided it's for her use. You're planning to keep all her earnings to yourself, aren't you? I'm not thinking that. How would I know? Anyway, I have a right to receive it. Matt kept insisting on getting half of Sarah's income. However, the money Sarah earned should be used for her benefit, not for Matt, who she had just met, to spend as he pleases. Stop it. You're scaring Sarah. So what if she's scared? It's no big deal if a child gets scared. What are you talking about? You should just earn your own money. It's not about the amount. Imagine what would happen if I received half of Sarah's earnings. We could live just having fun. Matt. What are you saying? You claim to be a father, yet all you're doing is trying to take a small child's money. Stop this nonsense. It's embarrassing. What's embarrassing about it? You said it yourself, she's a cash cow. I did say that, but don't scare Sarah like that. Shut up, be quiet. Suddenly, Matt yelled, and Sarah started crying in surprise. Oh, she's crying. Sorry, Sarah, poor thing. Matt, you're really the worst. Making such a small child cry. You say you're a father, but you don't think about the child at all. If you really claim to be a father, think about the child's feelings. Now is not the time to consider the child's feelings. Our future depends on it. What kind of person are you? I don't care anymore. Saying that, Matt's girlfriend ran away from the spot, and Matt chased after her. A week later, a call came from Matt. Seeing the name Matt displayed for the first time in 5 years, I regretted not having blocked him. Thanks for the other day. Have you made up with your girlfriend? Who would have thought that your girlfriend was a fan of Sarah? It's a small world. I don't care about that woman. You said you were going to marry her. I changed my mind. So, we broke up. That's quite a sudden development. You said that once you got married, you would have a baby and become a dad. Yeah, after that I said I was the father, so I should get the money. And she told me not to say stupid things and left. She's really stubborn. That's too bad. I don't care about her. I have Sarah. From now on, I want to be by her side as her father. There's no need for that. She has me. You're not enough. You don't understand many things. I can protect her. She's been fine without knowing you for 4 years. Suddenly being told I'm your dad will just confuse her. She'll get used to it eventually. Anyway, you're not enough, so I'll educate her. We'll live together from now on, so give me your address. What? What are you talking about? We're divorced, and we're strangers now. Why would you think we can live together? That doesn't matter. Even if you're a stranger to me, I am her father. There's no way we can live together. Then give me the child. Don't be ridiculous. She's not an object to be given away. You've been raising her for 4 years. Now it's my turn. I refuse. She is my child. Matt kept saying various things, but I kept denying and refusing. And perhaps out of irritation, he suddenly hung up the phone. I thought that would make him give up, but it didn't. And he continued to show up around Sarah, trying to plant in her mind that he was her dad. Unable to take it anymore, I contacted him and told him to stop. Stop it. What now? Why do you appear in front of Sarah? That's because I'm her father. Wanting to see my own daughter is natural, right? Even as her mother, you don't have the right to interfere. We just met for the first time recently, and being told you're her father is troubling. The only one troubled is you, Sarah isn't. It's affecting her work. Why would it affect her? Because she gets scared and can't act when she sees you. That can't be true. It is true. We've been divorced for 4 years. Being suddenly told I'm your dad is bound to be confusing. I shouldn't have introduced you at all. She'll understand eventually. She's famous, after all. Anyway, Sarah is my child, so whatever I do with her is my business. Wait a minute. What exactly are you planning to do? I don't know. I'm not planning anything. You better not be thinking of her as a money tree. Maybe. Well, one thing I can say is that I won't let you have her all to yourself. I'm not monopolizing her. No parent would turn their child's talents into money. Unfortunately, I'm right here. Since Sarah has a talent that makes money, there's no reason not to use it. It means more money for her and more fame. If you think of doing something stupid, I'll call the police. Go ahead if you can. Hey, wait. Matt. Matt left a cryptic message before hanging up the phone. Staring at the disconnected phone, I sensed storm clouds gathering. Matt was probably plotting something terrible. If my suspicions were correct, there was no telling what he might do. Anxiety fueled more anxiety, and feeling this couldn't continue. I tried calling Matt again, but he never answered. A few days later, while I had entrusted Sarah to Angela due to my own commitments, and was doing something else, Matt seized the opportunity to take Sarah away. Mrs. Johnson, what should we do? Angela, what happened? It's Sarah. Sarah has been taken away by her dad. By Matt? I'm sorry, I just took my eyes off her for a moment, and he took her from the car. I've already contacted the police, and I thought I should let you know immediately. Where are you right now? I'm coming there right away. At the parking lot in front of the TV station. Understood. I jumped into my car immediately, my heart pounding and my hands sweating. Sarah must be crying and feeling terrified by now. Considering how much Matt had changed, there was no telling what he might do. Yet, if he really saw her as a money tree, perhaps he wouldn't physically harm her. However, even if there were no visible scars, emotional scars would be just as damaging. All I could do was drive and pray for her safety. When I arrived at the designated parking lot, I saw Angela's familiar car parked. Angela. Where is Sarah? I'm sorry. There's been no contact from the police yet. They've issued an emergency alert for a kidnapping. Oh no. What a mess. Stay strong. Everything will be okay. Sarah, please, God, keep Sarah safe. The situation left me with no choice but to keep praying. However, the resolution came unexpectedly quickly. Thanks in part to my call for information on social media, which mobilized many fans. Among them was Matt's girlfriend, who posted what car they were in and even his photo. Thanks to this, information spread rapidly on social media. And the police quickly knew Matt's whereabouts. The vigilant social media police swiftly took action. And Sarah was soon safely back in my arms. Afterward, Matt was arrested for abducting a minor. Thinking he might actually end up in prison, Matt hired a lawyer. This led to an offer for a settlement. Given Sarah's fame, our lawyer advised that it might be best to agree to a settlement. Reluctantly, I accepted. Following a directive from the agency that consistently supported us. Worried that imprisoning her biological father might hurt Sarah's popularity. However, Matt then filed for a change of custody, aiming to regain parental rights. However, given the stable life Sarah had with me and his evident financial motivation, his request was denied. Unwilling to let it go, I then decided to pursue child support through a lawyer. Challenging his refusal to pay given his complaints about our financial well-being. Threatened with legal action, he eventually paid in one lump sum. But the story didn't end there. Matt's foolish actions caused an uproar online, quickly attracting attention from Sarah's fans. Further internet sleuthing led to his identity being fully exposed, turning into a media circus when people realized he was the kidnapper. His employer, facing corporate damage, fired him. Now, with no income, Matt was confined to a dark room, unable to even step outside. Meanwhile, thanks to the online commotion, Sarah's fanbase grew, protecting her with their support, and her smile continues to brighten the world today. What's with her? Is she Matt's ex-girlfriend? She seems pretty dull, huh? Yeah, she's from a poor family. She still lives in a house like a relic from the old era. Are you still living in that rundown place? Matt's attitude annoyed me, but strangely, it exuded a small-timer vibe that made me pity him. No, I'm living in that high-rise apartment you see over there now. Saying that, I pointed to a high-rise apartment not too far from here. What? How can that poor family afford to live in a high-rise apartment? I am Kate Simpson. My parents used to run a decent-sized factory, but when I was in junior high, we lost our market to cheap imports and nearly went bankrupt. Until then, we had lived a normal life, but suddenly we became poor. Well, it's just the way of the world, can't help it. Let's just be glad we bought the house while we could still afford it. True, jobs are hopeless, but if Dad works hard, it might just work out. And we can get rice and vegetables sent from the countryside, so it's not too pessimistic. But what about my high school education? Can we afford the tuition? I hadn't thought about that. You should talk to a school teacher. Right, you could join the military. They pay you to study, so maybe that's an option? Sigh. I'll talk to a teacher at school. My parents were optimists who always said, life works out somehow, or it's all fate. Eventually, after discussing it at school, I heard about a scholarship system at a private university's affiliated school. I studied hard and managed to become a scholarship student at that high school. And from there, I went on to university. Being a prestigious private school, most of my peers were rich kids. And I spent my high school days working part-time. And didn't have much time to hang out with friends, but in university, my father's business stabilized a bit, so I could do more typical girly things. One day, a friend invited me to a group date. I wasn't very keen, but I thought I'd try it once and decided to go. The event was held at a pub, with 3 men and 3 women. The male students seemed like they came from wealthy families, bragging about their fathers' companies and positions. I was introduced to a friend as the president's daughter, which caught the attention of a guy who seemed to be the leader of the group. He introduced himself as Matt Johnson. "You're the president's daughter? So, you must be quite rich?" "No, my father just runs a small factory, so it's not what you'd think. My dad wears greasy overalls, not fancy suits." But you're still a president's daughter, right?" "Well, not wrong, but..." Yes, I wasn't lying. Actually, I'm also a president's son. Johnson Construction. Ever heard of it? Sorry, I haven't. Really? It's quite a big company. Indeed, he exuded a rich kid vibe, wearing nice clothes and an expensive watch. Well, if we become friends, I think good things will come your way. Should we exchange contact info? I thought, if it gets annoying, I can just block him, so I exchanged numbers nonchalantly. A few days after the group date, Matt invited me to dinner. He seemed like a decent guy, and when I heard the name of the restaurant, it was a popular one, so I couldn't resist the invitation. After several such outings, he confessed, and we started dating. One day, he invited me for a drive. He said he would pick me up at my house, but explaining the location was a hassle. So we decided to meet at a nearby store. When he showed up, even I, who knows little about cars, recognized it was a Porsche. The number was 911, but somehow it felt off. I realized why. I see, it's a rented car. Apparently, he had rented a Porsche for our date. Well, for his honor, I'll keep quiet. "What a slipper-like car," I said, and he replied, "Huh? Don't you know this car? It's a Porsche 911 Carrera." He got a bit angry, and our drive began in an awkward atmosphere. We took the highway and headed for Rocky Mountain. The weather was clear and cloudless, making it a perfect day for a drive. However, Matt was struggling while driving. And when I tried to talk to him, he snapped, "Shut up. You're distracting me." He was serious, driving with sweat on his forehead. His appearance was so intense that I asked, "Are you okay? Should we take a break?" But he snapped again. Driving a Porsche requires mental and physical strength and technique. I'm battling with the Porsche right now. As we approached Lake from the highway, the majestic Rocky Mountain came into view. However, Matt seemed very tired. We were supposed to drive another highway next, but it seemed impossible given his condition. "If you're tired, why don't we have lunch and then head back?" I suggested. Wiping his sweat, Matt replied, "Sorry. Driving a Porsche takes all the techniques I have, and I'm more exhausted than I expected. Driving a left-hand drive foreign car might indeed be more tiring than a domestic one." And I did feel a bit of sympathy for him. Of course, The car was automatic, and I could probably drive it myself, but I didn't mention that. We decided to head back before the roads got busier after an early lunch. We returned the way we came. As we re-entered the highway, we found ourselves in the labyrinth-like streets of downtown. The car navigation system seemed reliable, so I wasn't worried until I pointed out, "Hey, the navigation is telling us to turn right?" "Shut up. In this situation, it's impossible to move to the right." The road wasn't very congested, but the traffic flow was fast, making it difficult to change lanes. "But if we keep going this way, it might get crowded. Shouldn't we get off the highway?" "Yeah, I was thinking the same thing." What a convenient reply from him. However, the local roads were also jammed. It required even more attention than the highway, and he was panting heavily. We decided to take a break at a family restaurant we finally found. It was past the lunch rush, so the parking lot was relatively empty. But even there, I was made to get out and guide the parking. We had coffee and cake. He usually dislikes sweets, but he must have been very tired to eat cake. Eventually, he regained some energy and said, "I'll drive you home. I want to see the house of a president's daughter." "Really? My house isn't anything to brag about. It's just a normal house, and it's old, built when I was a child." As I tried to be modest, he insisted, "But it's a president's house, right? I've always wanted to see it. I'm not asking to come in, I'll just drop you off in front of your home." Somewhat forcefully, he convinced me to let him drive me home. The Porsche's exhaust sound echoed through the alleys of the downtown area, making me a bit nervous about disturbing the neighbors. "There, that house. Please stop there." "Huh? That's the house." He was somehow lost for words. His face seemed to cloud over. "Thanks for today. Let's go for a drive again sometime." "Ah. Thanks for your hard work. So, farewell." He didn't meet my eyes and drove off with a whoosh. Afterward, he started avoiding me for some reason. He wouldn't answer calls or reply to messages. Through a mutual friend, I heard he wanted to break up. Feeling unresolved and frustrated, I asked a friend to arrange a chance for me to talk to him. When we met, he said, "I heard you were the daughter of a president, but seeing your old house, I was disappointed. You're really just poor, aren't you?" "That's harsh." My dad is a president and rich." "Maybe you were trying to snag me for my money?" "That's not it. I wasn't thinking that. Sounds like something a poor person would think." "I'm not that foolish. I'm ending our relationship. It's only natural, right?" After saying his piece, he left. It was Matt who had wanted a relationship. And his attitude about my home and family was the most hurtful. After breaking up, I used that frustration as motivation to study even harder. Eventually, I secured a job with one of the leading architectural firms in the country, and was the first among my peers to work abroad. After several years, I returned home to find that my old house was included in a city development plan, and was being bought out, forcing us to move. My father said, "I'm getting old, and it might be a good opportunity to retire." Well, life works out somehow, doesn't it? And my mother added, "Maybe it's fate. We've had a tough time so far, so maybe it's time to relax." We ended up receiving more money than expected, and if my father was retiring, there would be no reason to live in the city anymore. It was a perfect opportunity to start the countryside life he had always dreamed of. I decided to leave it all to my parents and find my own place to live. I was informed that the demolition of my family home would soon begin. So I went to the house where I had lived for many years to witness its final moments. Before the demolition, I tidied up the house and looked around the suddenly spacious rooms. The marks on the pillars, the stains on the walls, and even the mold in the bath somehow felt dear to me. As a child, I was envious of friends who lived in apartments, and even told my parents that I wanted to move out of such an old house. As I was lost in these thoughts, someone approached me and said, "Excuse me, we're about to start the demolition. Is that okay?" So, I stepped outside. Thinking back, the house held so many memories. It's strange to feel a bit sad about it now. My parents, who were looking for a new place to live, considered living in the apartment that would be built on the same site, but my father said, "I can't live in an apartment, feeling like I'm not touching the ground." Mom thinks the same, right? Yes, it does bother me a bit. Having people right below your feet and above your head. My mother replied, clearly not too keen on the idea. Wondering what they planned to do. It seemed that they found a suitable property near my father's childhood home, and were considering moving there. They wanted to live a leisurely life while helping out with the family farm. I was all for it. My parents immediately started making arrangements. During that year's Easter holiday, I visited my parents' countryside home. The relatives I hadn't seen in a long time warmly welcomed me. "Kate, you've grown so much. Last time you were here, you were just a little girl in elementary school. And now you've become such a beautiful young lady." "I'm surprised," said my father's brother's wife with a smile. "Ah, back then she was so skinny, Ned was worried you weren't eating properly," teased my father's brother, who loves his liquor. Ned is my father's name. That's terrible. Kate always says her aunt's cooking is delicious, and she eats so much when she comes here. That's probably why she has that impression. Well, we have homemade vegetables here. It's fresher and much tastier than what you eat in the city. My aunt laughed. Above all, my cooking skills are excellent. Sorry, Susan, but that's something I can boast about. Susan is my mother's name. To be honest, my mother isn't very good at cooking. It's frustrating, but I admit it. My mother sighed, looking dejected. My parents and my uncle and his wife get along well. Since they didn't have children, I received a lot of affection from them. The reunion warmed my heart, as I usually live alone. Then the conversation turned to me. "So, Kate, you're working at a construction company, right? Can you operate excavators and bulldozers then?" asked my uncle. "Oh, uncle. I'm in the design department, so I don't use construction machinery," I replied. "Design department, huh? So you're drawing and erasing lines on blueprints?" "Well, I do design, but it's more about creating spaces and designing layouts, so it's a bit different." Wow, that sounds like a tough job. Hard to believe Ned's child could do such a thing. He joked. Don't joke like that. I'm excellent, that's why Kate turned out to be such a capable person. Then, my uncle, slightly tipsy, blurted out something unexpected. "By the way, Kate, isn't it about time you got married? Any nice guys around?" I remember she had a boyfriend in college. Kate never properly introduced him to us, so I don't remember much. Chimed in my father, also tipsy. "Stop that. That's a dark part of my history." "Dark history? What's that?" "Oh, it's something from the past I'd rather not have others hear about. I want to erase the memory of dating that guy from my life." Wow, to think someone would break up with such a beautiful girl like Kate. He must be a real fool. Well, in that case, I'm erasing that memory. Uncle, pass me the drink. Ah, that's the spirit. The next day, there were 3 victims of hangovers. My boss, Tony Hansen, was honestly a person I found difficult to deal with. He's quite an elite, with sharp thinking skills. I heard he graduated from a national university with excellent grades. In meetings, when opinions clashed, he would methodically corner his opponent with his logical arguments, eventually getting them to agree with him. So, if you challenged him with half-baked knowledge, you'd be completely crushed. Today, we had a disagreement over a new design project. So tell me, what made you decide that Europe is superior, and America is behind? He challenged. Well, when it comes to design, Europe is indeed more advanced. These designs are inspired by that. Inspired, or just copying? Where is your sense as a designer? I am incorporating it properly into the design. I hate phrases like in Europe or overseas. In the end, you're just adapting what's been brought from elsewhere. After all, you are an American. Why can't you find design inspiration within America? What are your eyes seeing? I was frustrated but couldn't refute. Well, it's fine. You probably just lack experience. Take some time off. Go and see the old town. Yes. So, I took some paid leave and headed to the old town to explore America. I decided to stay at a slightly upscale traditional American hotel. Normally, I would stay at a motel, but since I was on a mission to experience America, I opted for a hotel that exuded the essence of the old era. The nostalgic smell and the enjoyment of cuisine filled my senses. During a chat after dinner, the owner mentioned that her son was currently working in the city. Seeing her happy face as she talked about her son, I couldn't help but ask, "Do you have any pictures of him?" Ready for this, she promptly brought out a photo. Looking at it, something seemed familiar. Could it be that your son's company is? Yes, I believe it's Ford Construction, if I remember correctly. What? That's my company. I recalled that this inn was named Hansen, so. Could it be, what's your son's name? Yes, his name is Tony Hansen. I heard he became a section chief, but I've forgotten where. Ah. Tony Hansen? What happened? Actually, I work at Ford Construction too, and Mr. Hansen is my boss. He's always been a great help to me. Oh, what a coincidence. After that, we spent a lot of time talking about Mr. Hansen's childhood. Listening to the owner and looking at photos of him as a child somehow made me feel a closer bond with my boss. It was a fulfilling trip to the old town. I returned home satisfied, having truly seen America. After the trip, I began to talk more actively with Chief Hansen. Gradually, our conversations became less prickly and more supportive. Before we knew it, yesterday's adversary became today's friend, and sometimes after work, we would go out to eat or have a drink and talk about design. We eventually developed mutual feelings for each other. After a project wrap-up, we had drinks together and he formally asked me out. On my birthday this year, he proposed. Somehow, I ended up getting engaged to Mr. Hansen. When I told my parents, my father said, "Life really does work out, doesn't it?" And my mother commented, "It must be fate." Today, we went shopping together after a long time. This area has really developed, hasn't it? Yes, old buildings are being demolished, and new buildings and apartments are popping up. As we were talking and walking past a demolition site, a car stopped in front of us, and a couple, a man and a woman, got out. Hey, this is a demolition site. If you wander around, you might get hurt. Now, move along. I was irritated by the rude way he spoke, but my husband, now Tony, responded calmly. We are walking properly on the sidewalk. Drivers are supposed to ensure the safety of pedestrians. Isn't it a bit rude to start yelling like that? Huh? Who do you think you are? It's dangerous because you're dawdling on the sidewalk. No, if you can't abide by traffic laws, you shouldn't be driving. What are you getting all high and mighty about? Who do you think you are? Wait. I recognize this guy. Could it be Matt? Huh? Why do you know my name? Wait, you're Kate. Kate, you know him? Yes, well, he's an ex-boyfriend from my student days. What, Kate found a new boyfriend? Well, good for you. Matt, now energized, turned to Tony. I'm Matt Johnson. I'm currently working here as the president of Johnson Construction. This is my current girlfriend. She's cuter than Kate. The girl introduced as his girlfriend looked back and forth between me and Tony. Then snorted and turned away. Such a rude girl. What's with her? Is she Matt's ex-girlfriend? She seems pretty dull, huh? Yeah, she's from a poor family. She still lives in a house like a relic from the old era. Are you still living in that rundown place? I was irritated by Matt's attitude, but somehow his pettiness made him seem pitiful. I took a breath and pointed diagonally upwards. No, I now live in that high-rise apartment you see over there. What? How can that poor family afford to live in a high-rise apartment? Our house was included in the urban development area, and we received compensation for relocation. Plus, that high-rise apartment is sold by our affiliated company. So I got it at an employee discount. Then, Tony chimed in. If Kate knows you, I should introduce myself as well. I'm Tony Hansen, Kate's husband. I also work for Ford Construction. Thanks to some help from my parents. Even a young guy like me could afford that place. What? Your parents gave you money? But Ford Construction. Matt tilted his head, then seemed to realize something. Wait. Ford Construction. Yes, Ford Construction is handling this development. I believe we've contracted Johnson Construction for the demolition work here. Wait, Matt, aren't you the president of a major construction company? His girlfriend looked confused and asked him. Shut up. I used to be, but ever since I became president, business hasn't gone well. And now we specialize in demolition work. I've heard that the second-generation president of Johnson Construction is known for his sloppy work and arrogant attitude. You're that second-generation president, it makes sense now seeing you. Tony nodded in understanding. Shut up. I have my way of doing things. It was just the old-timers at the company who opposed me, so I fired them. I see, it's as bad as the rumors said, maybe worse. I'll need to discuss this with my father. Your father? Is he some big shot? Tony's father is the grandson of the founder of Ford Construction. He's currently the president of the company. I informed Matt. Tony is a candidate for the next president of Ford Construction. What? Well, you and I are similar, born with a silver spoon. I'm so sorry. I had no idea you were the scion of Ford Construction. I apologize for my disrespectful behavior. No worries, we're off the clock now. We'll discuss work another day. A sweating Matt was at a loss for words. His girlfriend, exasperated, said, "What a mess you are, sweating like that. I'm going home. This is boring." Wait a minute. Well, she's gone. Maybe I overdid it, huh? Tony said, clearly not too bothered. Kate. Say something. Make sure he doesn't cut off Ford's business. I can't really do much. You and I have nothing to do with each other anymore. Well, make sure the demolition work is done properly. We'll see each other again later. Matt drooped his head in defeat. It felt a bit sad, but honestly, it was a relief to get rid of a long-standing grudge. Later on, the contract with Johnson Construction was reviewed. Of course, Ford Construction wouldn't end a contract over one incident like this. Upon further investigation of Johnson Construction, it turned out that they employed many illegal workers. Because of this issue, Ford Construction decided to terminate their contract with Johnson Construction. Once this incident became public, Johnson Construction's revenue plummeted, and the company soon went under. President Matt is now working as a laborer at some demolition site. And I, at 33, gave birth to a child and quit my job. Now I'm dedicated to raising my child and managing household duties. My husband, Tony, as the next president, is busy learning from the current president. He often says he wishes he could just play with our child all day. From our apartment, the sunset is beautiful. As a child, the sun used to set behind the nearby factory. But here, it sets behind distant mountains. With a loving husband and a sweet child, I feel truly happy. I hope this happiness lasts forever. What are you doing here? This is a high-end residential area. We live in that luxury apartment building over there. This area isn't for people like you. I couldn't believe I ran into him again, the man who left me for a younger, wealthier woman. And now, here they were, both looking down on me again. You're still as plain and poor as ever, huh? Oh, by the way, I make over $100,000 a year now. Over $100,000? That must be tough. The unexpected comment came from my husband. My name is Emily Johnson. I'm 28 years old and work at a company that deals with ceramics. My love for ceramics began during a family trip in middle school, when we stopped by a pottery market that my mother adored. Now, I'm lucky to have turned that passion into my career. I used to think it was fine to stay single forever, but life has a funny way of surprising you. I got involved in a town revitalization project through a pottery market where I met Tham, who worked at an event planning company. We started dating. Emily works hard and respects my job. I feel like I can build a stable life with her. That's what he used to say, and I also thought we could make it work. Even after getting married, since I had no intention of quitting my job. Tom's job required him to travel a lot for events, and he was often busy on weekends. My job was similar, with the occasional need to work on weekends due to the kiln schedule. It was tough not being able to meet up on our days off. And sometimes plans got cancelled at the last minute, but I thought it was all part of the deal. I was too naive. Tom started canceling plans more frequently, even skipping our wedding planning meetings. Unlike before, he stopped answering his phone. One day, after finishing a meeting, I was heading towards the station when I spotted Tom on the opposite sidewalk. Wow, what a coincidence. I thought we could have dinner together since I could head home early today. As soon as the light turned green, I rushed across the street to catch up with him. Tom. Finished with work? Want to grab dinner? Huh? Standing next to Tom was a tall, stunning woman. And they both turned to look at me at the same time. Her arm was tightly wrapped around his. Emily. What are you doing here? What a coincidence. I had a meeting nearby, just finished. Are you still working? Who's this? It didn't seem like a work situation at all, but I tried to stay calm. I knew Tom often worked with promotional models at events. Oh, this is Catherine, she's a model. Hello. She smiled brightly at me. Wow, she's gorgeous and has a great figure. Of course, she's a model. So, it must be work-related. I felt a bit relieved. Although, I wasn't thrilled about them linking arms, she hadn't let go at all. But maybe it's just normal for someone in her line of work? Hello. I'm Emily Johnson, Tom's fiancée. As I introduced myself, Tom suddenly looked as if he had bitten into something sour. And Catherine glanced between us before bursting into laughter. Wait, this is your fiancé? Oh my gosh, I can't believe we ran into each other, Tommy. Tommy? Come on, I told you to sort this out already. Might as well do it now. Nodding at her words, he turned to me. Emily, listen, I'm with Catherine now. What? I'm sorry, but I want to call off the engagement. I'm going to marry Catherine. What? Wait, what are you saying, Tom? I met Catherine at an outdoor festival event, and we just instantly felt like it was fate. Sorry. But it was Tommy who insisted he'd break up with his girlfriend for me. She said it so casually. So, thanks for everything up until now. Wait, Tom. At least let's have a proper talk. But there's really nothing left to talk about. What? My mind's already made up. Catherine is cute, has a great figure, and is honestly amazing. She's only 24 and comes from a wealthy family. Oh, Tommy, it's just because my dad is the CEO. Anyway, I'm going to marry Catherine and become part of her family. What? Are you quitting your job too? I thought you liked your job. Catherine asked me to. Plus, it'll be more profitable than my current job. Oh, and make sure to cancel the wedding venue. Don't worry, I'll cover the cancellation fees since it's my decision. Oh, Tommy, you're so responsible. I just can't wait to be with Catherine. You're so cool. I struggled to keep from collapsing. It was clear that no matter what I said, it wouldn't change anything. Tom was completely smitten, just like Catherine said. All right. I managed to force out the words. I can't cry, not here, not in front of these people. Well, see ya. Good luck with your ceramics work. What's that supposed to mean? The two of them walked off, arms linked, laughing together. 2 years have passed since I broke up with Tom. Now, at 30, I'm still fully dedicated to my work. Looking back, I don't miss him at all. In fact, I consider myself lucky that I didn't have to deal with his infidelity after marriage. Seeing my newly designed ceramics fresh out of the kiln gave me a boost of energy. And there was someone who had been watching over me, Robert Black. A craftsman I've worked with for years. I always thought his mind was entirely focused on pottery. So, when he asked me out and confessed his feelings on the third date, I was taken aback. I had always admired him as a craftsman, so I was genuinely happy. But with the trauma I had been through, I couldn't easily dive into another relationship. I decided to be completely honest with him. When I was engaged, I had announced it to everyone at the company and among the kiln workers. So he knew about the breakup too. He listened quietly, then gave me his usual gentle smile. That must have been really hard for you. Yes. When I heard you were getting married, I was really shocked. But I figured it was only natural for someone as wonderful as you to have a partner. And I blamed myself for not making a move sooner. What? I hadn't expected to hear that. When you told me that the engagement was off and forced a smile, I wanted to be there for you immediately, but I knew you needed time. So I focused on my work, hoping that creating beautiful pottery would help lift your spirits. You've been thinking of me for that long. And believe it or not, I'm actually quite popular. Huh? Maybe it's because my grandfather is wealthy. But I've had my fair share of attention from some very beautiful women. Yet, I never felt a spark. I'd much rather spend my time working with clay. I see. He wasn't bragging or joking, he said it all in a straightforward, serious tone. As I was thinking about how sincere he was, he looked directly at me. Emily, you're the first person I've ever wanted to make happy. I felt a mix of wanting to laugh and a warm feeling spreading through my heart. With him, I felt like everything would be okay. Before I knew it, I was saying, thank you. I'd be happy to be with you. A year later, Robert and I got married. Everyone at the company and the kiln celebrated our union. To continue working, we decided to live in 2 locations after getting married. One was his family's home near the kiln. I had heard his grandfather was wealthy. But I was shocked when I saw the grand estate they owned. We live in one corner of that estate. We often talk about how, in the future, I might leave my job to work with him at the kiln and live there permanently. The other place is a rented apartment in the city, close to my office. The apartment is still sparsely furnished. So today we decided to visit a nearby furniture store together. There, we had an unexpected encounter, not a pleasant one. While browsing the sofa section, a voice called out from behind us. Hey, isn't that you, Emily, the plain girl? Tom. More than 3 years had passed, but there was no forgetting my ex-fiancé, Tom. And standing next to him was his model wife, Catherine. I knew they had married after our breakup. She had been flaunting it on social media and in magazines. But Catherine looked different somehow, less attractive, with a harsher expression. I realized I hadn't seen her in the media lately either. Tom, too, was smirking, but his face lacked its former vigor. This is a high-end residential area. What are you doing here? Oh, do you need a permit to shop in this upscale area? No way, you don't live around here, do you? This store is expensive, you know, not a place for someone like you. Yeah, you still look as plain and poor as ever. Just like the color of that clay you love so much. I hadn't expected any apologies for the past, but their condescending attitude was exhausting. Yeah, having someone as dull as you hanging around here will drag down the store's reputation. People might mistake us for poor folks. Did you come all the way here? By the way, we live in that famous luxury tower over there. On the 25th floor, no less. Their bragging, even though I hadn't asked, irritated me. But responding would have been a waste of time. I kept silent. My lack of response seemed to annoy Tom, who continued to pester me. You still going on about how much you love pottery? With those shabby clothes. Oh, by the way, I'm making over $100,000 a year. He moved into my luxury apartment as my live-in husband. Just for me. Over $100,000? That must be tough. What? The sudden comment came from Robert, catching even me by surprise. We both spoke up at the same time, shocked by these obnoxious people. I can't help but worry about your financial situation, even though it's none of my business. Who's this guy? Tom asked, finally noticing my husband. Nice to meet you, I'm Robert Black. It seems my wife Emily was in your care in the past. For a moment, both Tom and Catherine looked surprised. But then they sneered, looking Robert up and down. So, you actually got married, huh? Well, you two are perfect for each other, plain and boring. Yeah, he looks like he's in a daze. I didn't even notice he was here. And what was that about tough, just now? Tom glared at Robert. Oh, well, you said you live on the 25th floor of that tower and make over $100,000 a year, right? That's right, over $100,000. Tom puffed out his chest. And with all those brand name items you're wearing, I couldn't help but worry about your financial situation, even though it's none of my business. You're just bitter and talking nonsense because you're poor. Sorry to disappoint you, but we're doing just fine. Is that so? By the way, is your wife feeling all right? She doesn't look well. What? Hey, Catherine, are you okay? It's nothing. You probably can't comprehend a figure like over $100,000 a year. What about you? Earning $10 an hour? No, it's not hourly. I'm not employed by a company, I stay at home. Are you serious? Anit? I knew it. She probably just married you to become a cash cow. Wait, that's not. Stop mocking my dear Emily. Trying to defend her, huh? Gotta do your part as a freeloading husband, I guess. And he calls his own wife my dear Emily. What a weirdo. The two of them continued to look down on us, completely misunderstanding the situation. Emily, let's go. Dealing with these people who have no future will only cause trouble. Yes, let's leave quickly. Robert took my hand and we walked away. Talk about sour grapes. Don't come back here again. Yeah, stop pretending you belong in this neighborhood. But we do live in the President Tower, you know. When Robert answered, they burst out laughing. Lying to cover up your embarrassment. That's such an obvious lie. Everyone knows that name. It's the most famous and expensive building in the area. There's no way any ET could afford to live there. Ignoring their loud laughter, we walked away. I can't believe we ran into them here. I'm so sorry, Robert. I apologized as we walked. No, I should apologize for being so forward, worrying about their financial situation. I guess this is why people say I'm bad at reading the room. Ha! I nearly burst out laughing at my husband's usual seriousness. That's not the issue, clearly, the rude ones were them. But they do live nearby, huh? I really hope we don't run into them again. Our apartment is also in this neighborhood. Their tower was one of our options. But I'm so glad we didn't choose it. Robert responded. Don't worry, they won't be around for long. Huh? I heard that the woman's family is wealthy. Do you know her last name? Huh? I had no idea what Robert meant, so I just stared at him blankly. A few days later, as Robert and I were leaving the building, we suddenly heard voices. There they are. They really do live here. Tom and Catherine appeared in front of us, and I was taken aback. What are you doing here? Please, help us. What? They're kicking us out of the tower. Oh. And why is that? Rent arrears. You were behind on rent? Well, that's understandable then. This really had nothing to do with us. Wait. They had been giving us more time. But suddenly they said they couldn't wait any longer, and it's all because of your husband. Catherine suddenly shouted. Why would that be my husband's fault? When they mentioned the name Black. Your husband turned out to be the owner of that tower. She looked furious, her face red with anger. It's not me, it's my father. What? It originally belonged to my grandfather, but it's in my father's name now. Either way, it doesn't matter. The management company said that if we don't pay up immediately, they'll start the eviction process. That's only natural. It's not a charity. What? That's why I said it must be tough making over $100,000 a year. What do you mean? Tom shouted. Making over $100,000 for a couple should allow for a comfortable lifestyle. But if you're living on the 25th floor of that tower, with a rent of $5,000 a month, surely you haven't forgotten about taxes, have you? What? And on top of that, you're indulging in luxury brands. It's no wonder you're drowning in debt. What? Catherine, you're the one who insisted on living there. When did the rent fall behind? I had to maintain relationships with people on the upper floors. High-end lunches, spa treatments, expensive bags, and jewelry are necessary to be taken seriously. You don't have to keep up with those people. Huh? Is it really that important to put on a show, even if it means going into debt? Debt. Tom shouted, genuinely shocked. Did he really not know? How could you be behind on rent and also in debt? What were you thinking? I had to be at the top of the social ladder. I can't afford to look shabby, especially as a model. You're hardly getting any modeling work anymore. I thought so. That explains why I haven't seen her around lately. That industry must be tough. New, younger faces keep popping up one after another. I murmured, and Catherine glared at me with a look of fury. Shut up, you plain girl. Damn it, what the hell, Catherine? You said you'd take care of the finances. And now you tell me you haven't even been paying the rent. But didn't you say her family is wealthy? You boasted about it, right? Why not just ask them for help? I offered a suggestion, albeit sarcastically, but with a hint of kindness. But Emily, her family's business has been struggling since last year. They don't have the extra money. What? That's probably why they couldn't pay the rent. They might have been relying on her family for support until now. Wait. How do you know about my dad's company? My grandfather is the chairman of the Black Corporation. What? The Black Corporation. A true, born wealthy individual. Tom muttered in a daze. My family used to do business with your father's company. But we don't have any dealings with them now. Robert continued calmly. My grandfather owns many properties, both in the U.S. and abroad. Then why didn't you say that the last time we met? It's not something I would bring up on my own. It would be improper. What? Are you trying to insult me? That wasn't my intention, but perhaps it ended up that way. This is so infuriating. I'm really sorry. Don't apologize with that tone. This was like a comedy sketch. As their argument gained rhythm, I was about to laugh when Catherine snapped at us. But it's not your money, is it? You're just leeching off your grandfather's wealth, just like I thought. I decided to set the record straight. Robert is a renowned potter. What? These days, customers are willing to wait months for his pieces. At the same time, he works with the kiln to produce more affordable items so that more people can enjoy his work. They sell out online every time. Wah! My husband has never relied on his grandfather's money. Don't compare him to yourself. My grandfather always says he's there to help if we ever need it, though. Robert chuckled and then turned serious as he looked at Tom and Catherine. As stated in the contract, if rent is overdue by 3 months, the lease is terminated, and eviction proceedings begin. If there's still no payment, forced eviction occurs within 2 to 3 months. The contract for that tower specifies this clearly. They waited 5 months because they believed your wife's story. What? She claimed that her husband's illness had reduced their income and begged for more time. What the hell, Catherine? What were you doing? But that was a complete lie. You were actually racking up debt while living lavishly. I reported this to my father and grandfather. Why the hell do you know about our debts? Tom was pale, and Catherine was nearly in tears. I investigated, Robert said calmly. I knew about your past from Emily. But we're happy now, so running into you by chance was just that, chance. Then that should be fine. But what did you say to Emily when you met? No apologies, just insults and disdain. That's unforgivable. No way. And I was genuinely concerned. You said you were living in that tower on an income of $100,000 a year. What? At least now you've realized the situation before your debts got any worse. Robert smiled as he spoke, leaving Tom and Catherine speechless, their mouths agape. What the hell is with this innocent rich boy? I was impressed by the apt description. Robert wasn't being sarcastic, he was just stating the facts. Maybe it's because he's born into wealth, or perhaps it's just his personality. I think it's the latter. Hey, Emily, please help us. We're sorry. Yeah, if you ask, he might do something. Wow, talk about a sudden change in attitude. I refuse. I smiled sweetly, imitating Robert's tone. Though my smile was far from innocent, it was quite the opposite. Your debts are none of my concern. Exactly. Emily, let's go. Wait. Don't just smile and cut us off like that. Ignoring their desperate cries, I walked away hand in hand with Robert. After that, Tom and Catherine were, of course, evicted from the tower. Catherine's father paid the overdue rent, but in exchange, he disowned her. With their family business in crisis, Catherine's parents were furious with her for squandering money to keep up appearances. And they made it clear she wasn't welcome until she paid back both the debts and the rent. Tom, fed up with her behavior, is reportedly in the midst of divorce proceedings. But considering he indulged her and left all the financial management to her, I'd say he's at least half to blame. Catherine, on the other hand, had borrowed money from shady sources without her family or Tom knowing. And now she's being chased by debt collectors. As for Robert and me, our new dinnerware line is doing well. And today we're at the kiln discussing our next designs. We want to gradually expand the range to include items for families, couples, and even individuals enjoying some personal relaxation time. Emily, what do you think about the color here? Can you take a look? Sure. And someday, when we have children, I want us all to sit down and eat together with the dishes Robert has crafted. Surrounded by the scent of clay, we continue working in the studio we love. After receiving surprising news from my mother that my runaway sister had returned, I went home with my son Ryan only to find, as expected, women's shoes in the house. Moreover, she appeared in just her underwear. She laughed out loud and tauntingly said to me, "I'll take the luxury high-rise condo and the rich husband. The poor should just keep working part-time forever." But then this voice came from behind. "Too bad. Sleeping pills don't work on me anymore." It was Matt, my husband, who casually emerged and said this. He burst out laughing. "So, she's trying to create a fait accompli with me? What would she gain from that? The house is all Sandra's. Yes, the high-rise condo we live in belongs to me. Acquired through inheritance from my previous husband. My name is Sandra White. I am a 34-year-old who works at an organization dedicated to preserving America's classical culture. Matt, my husband, is 3 years younger and a former junior of mine. Currently researching American classics in graduate school. He is still enrolled in a doctoral program. Diligently working towards completing his dissertation to earn his PhD. Since he has a flexible schedule, he takes over tasks I can't fit into my day. Like picking up Ryan from school or taking him to extracurricular activities. But that's not all. Honestly, Matt is far better at household chores than I am. He can't make elaborate dishes, but he is efficient in the kitchen. Besides his own study space, he keeps everything tidy with minimal effort. And he handles laundry and related tasks more delicately and carefully than I do. "I can take care of our life. Can I ask you to handle the housework?" Those were the words I proposed to him with. Honestly, I fell for those qualities of his. "I'm just too busy, and I can't manage everything." I told him to keep on with his research without worrying about our livelihood. His parents were shocked too. "Are you treating our son like a gigolo?" they had said. But now it feels like a distant memory. However, after discussing our feelings, living arrangements, and our child, we ended up marrying. And he became a stay-at-home husband. It was an unusual pairing, but we were happily getting along. Then, one unexpected day, something happened. It was a Tuesday afternoon. I was about to leave work and drive to pick up Ryan. A rarity since Matt, usually preoccupied with his thesis, would do it, when suddenly my phone rang. "Hello? Mom, what's up?" It was my mother. My hometown is far from where we currently live in the city center. About a 5 to 6 hour drive. Since getting married, whether we visit during Easter, Christmas, or any other holiday is always in question. So, we usually keep in touch via messaging apps, but direct phone calls are rare. My parents always consider my busy schedule and call at designated times. "Sandra, something serious has happened." "What's the matter, calling all of a sudden?" "Vanessa has come back." "Vanessa?" Vanessa is my sister, 2 years younger than me, but I haven't seen her in over 10 years. She left home at 18 and had been missing since. The company she was with went bankrupt. Bankrupt. Yes, she was banging on the intercom, and then she and her husband disappeared overnight because of a massive debt. She couldn't deal with debt collectors coming after her. So she got someone to write their name on it, and filed for divorce. I inadvertently let out a gasp. "And now?" I told her she couldn't come in, but she shamelessly showed up. And even left her daughter with us. "What? She left her there?" "Yes, and she's so small." I asked her age, because she seemed really little. "So, what surprised you?" "Well, when she came, I thought she was still in kindergarten. But she's a year younger than Ryan." "What? Ryan is 9, so she should be in 2nd grade, but she looked like a kindergartner. Mom, is the girl that small? She's tiny and very skinny. Her skin is dry, and she's got chapped hands. I gave her some snacks and am bathing her now, but she seems very uncomfortable. My mother's voice seemed to be holding back tears, as if she would break down at any moment. But I had to ask one more thing. You're not going to kick her out, are you, Mom? What are you talking about? Of course not. No matter how bad Vanessa is. This child is our granddaughter. Oh, her clothes are tattered too. That's good. So, Mom, where did Vanessa go after leaving the child? This was crucial to know. She's at your place, Sandra. What? Why my place? It seems she had talked to some old acquaintances before coming to our place. And they told her you had married a wealthy man. I instinctively put my hand on my forehead. Someone who doesn't know better shouldn't have half-told stories. Did that person give her our address? No, but they gave her your work-related SNS account. Work-related, huh? That can't be helped. I do need to promote certain aspects of my work through SNS. So Dad is hurrying over to your place right now. Dad is? So, please hold on until then. Wait, Mom, when did Vanessa? Before I could finish, the call ended. It's just past 3 p.m. After picking up Ryan from school and taking him to his lessons. Waiting for them to finish and then going shopping. Matt has been so absorbed since yesterday that he won't be able to cook tonight or all of tomorrow. So, shopping is absolutely necessary. And even if he does finish writing, he'll likely fall asleep without eating. Usually, after staying up for 3 days, he sleeps for a day and a half. Buying a large amount of ready-to-cook ingredients means it'll likely be past 6 p.m. by the time I'm done. It's worrying, but what will happen? Wait, Mom, you have a sister? Yes, I do. I see. In the car, after finishing the shopping, I decided to briefly explain the situation to Ryan. Surprised? Not really. I guess it's just the kind of thing that happens around here. At 9 years old and in 3rd grade, Ryan is quite sharp and a bit precocious. Being part of a slightly unconventional family, he understood quickly once I explained the situation. I think he must take after his father. When I was his age, I was just fighting loudly with my sister. Compared to that, Ryan is quiet and thoughtful. It's a bit worrying, actually. Well, yes. There's always a lot going on. In what way? Where should I start? There are things I can tell a child and things I cannot. You know the house where Mom and Ryan used to live, right? Yeah. It's near Grandpa and Grandma's house. My sister didn't like living in that town and ran away over 10 years ago with someone she loved. Wow. That's amazing. Hey. Yes, at 18, Vanessa eloped with a venture company president who was nearly 40 at the time. It wasn't really about love. Vanessa was involved in compensated dating, starting from high school. Our family never deprived Vanessa or me of anything. They saved enough money for us to attend the schools we liked, and we had ample allowances. But it seems that wasn't enough for Vanessa. She went to a private university in the city center. But when the first semester of her freshman year ended, the Academic Affairs Office suddenly contacted me. It turned out Vanessa was pregnant. When our father angrily demanded to know who the father was, Vanessa simply confessed. It was the same person she had just divorced. Angered both by the compensated dating and the partner, our parents told Vanessa to leave. She left without fuss, and then she lost touch after moving in with him. If she had merely left, we might have been able to trace her through her health insurance card. But because she married him and was covered under his insurance, it became impossible to track her. Once the initial anger subsided, worry set in. It seemed almost rude that there was no contact at all. And my parents had many reasons to be angry. After all, my parents faced rumors at work and in the neighborhood. They felt embarrassed for raising a daughter who had done such things. I was a leading candidate for the department head position, but now it's going to be difficult, etc. I've heard many such unpleasant stories. However, what caught my attention in my mother's recent story was about the child who is now 8 years old. This means the child is not the one Vanessa was pregnant with all those years ago. I'm very curious about what happened to that child. "Mom, you look scared," said Ryan. "Sorry," I replied. "Is there something you're worried about?" "Yes, it's about Ryan's cousin." Eventually, we reached our high-rise condo, struggling with the heavy shopping bags. It was so heavy that I considered asking the concierge for a cart at the entrance. "Ms. White, your sister Ms. Hanson was here earlier," the concierge informed us. "Did you let her in?" We checked and copied her ID. "Oh." I covered my eyes with my palm. "I'm sorry, it's my fault for not being thorough with the security instructions." "So, I shouldn't have let her in?" "Well, that's true. But it's okay. This time it's my fault." "Also, has my father arrived yet?" "Your father?" "Please hold on," the concierge said and went to check again. "He hasn't arrived yet." "I see. When my father does arrive, please let him in immediately." "Understood." I showed the concierge a photo of my father, emphasizing that he should definitely be allowed in. Then, we loaded our bags onto the cart and took the elevator to the top floor. "We're home." And as we opened the door, sure enough, there were women's shoes. "Oh, you're back early," said the voice of my sister, more flamboyant than I remembered, but appropriately aged. However, that wasn't the problem. "What are you wearing?" Vanessa had appeared in just her underwear. Ryan, who had been pushing the cart, stood wide-eyed and lost for words. "What do you mean?" She laughed out loud and tauntingly said to me, "Looks like I won the jackpot. I'll take the luxury high-rise condo and the rich husband. The poor should just keep working part-time forever." Ryan and I were simply astonished. But then, from behind, came the next voice. "Too bad for you. Sleeping pills don't work on me anymore." Emerging from behind Vanessa, Matt appeared, casually draping a shirt over his bare skin. His disheveled appearance as he scratched his head could, when viewed alongside Vanessa's, be misconstrued as postcoital. However, such a thought never crossed my mind. It was impossible for him. I was confident of that. Because this guy tried to use that, it totally broke my concentration. Seriously. Wait, what? You knew it didn't work, you realized it was a sleeping pill? I did think it was strange that I felt so drowsy, but that doesn't mean I could actually sleep. No, that's just weird. Ignoring Vanessa's comments, Matt turned to Ryan. Ryan, thanks for doing the shopping." "Yeah, Dad, help me put it away," Ryan said, pushing the cart inside. "Okay," Matt replied and went with Ryan to the kitchen, pushing the cart. As they moved, he muttered both irritably and deliberately, I knew Sandra had a sister and thought something might be up. But I never expected to be drugged right off the bat. But, my sleeping hours are a mess anyway. And I'm so full of thoughts right now that I can't sleep unless I actually try to. So, I can tell the difference between natural sleepiness and not. What? Vanessa's expression grew even more severe. Well, I figured you were up to something. So I just played along and pretended to sleep. What's this guy even doing? Matt spoke in a very matter-of-fact way, lining up his words one after the other. And facing him, who remained calm, Vanessa, who had seemed so confident earlier, was taken aback, not understanding what was happening. Whoa, what is with this guy? Well, it's not like she had much of a choice. What do you mean what? You're the one dressed like that. Did you strip that man's clothes off, trying to create a done deal or something? I sighed deeply. Oh, why has she always been so foolish? But considering how things unfolded, it's not hard to guess what happened. First, Vanessa found out I lived in a high-rise condo in the metropolitan area and made her way here. Then, posing as the sister of someone who lives in the top-floor penthouse of this high-rise, she gathered information in the neighborhood. She learned that Matt, while being a house husband, was involved in research potentially related to my current job. Thinking Matt would be home alone, she targeted a time when I was away. From Matt's perspective, probably after several presses of the doorbell, he finally answered to find a woman claiming to be my sister. And here he was, still half lost in his thesis and not fully back to reality. From Vanessa's perspective, a disheveled, almost pajama-clad man appeared. She probably thought, he's young. What? My sister snagged a younger, rich intellectual? That's so unfair. I'll steal him. Then, for some reason, she used the sleeping pills she happened to have with her, tried to put Matt to sleep, stripped him and pushed him into bed, aiming to present me with a fait accompli. But she didn't know Matt. Generally, when he's absorbed in his research or writing, he forgets about time and meals. Trying such a thing on someone like him was pointless. And I knew it better than anyone. Wait, she tried to create a fait accompli with me? At that, Matt's voice grew louder and he burst into laughter. What would that even achieve? The house is all Sandra's, you know? Yeah, what's this old lady even talking about? Hey, that's rude. What do you mean by this kid? Well, he can rightly call you auntie, since he's my son after all. What? Your son? But he's so big. He's still in his 20s, right? Well, yes, he's from my previous marriage. Remarried? So, the wealthy marriage was. You wouldn't know since you've been away so long. With that, I was finally able to enter my own home. As I hung up my coat and placed my bag down, Matt brewed some coffee, saying, "You must be tired." My gaze wandered to the living room table where a half-open bag lay carelessly placed. The room, kept clean except for my personal space, felt oddly disordered just from that bag. It was displeasing. I wanted to tidy it up immediately. What, you won't even serve me a cup of coffee? Vanessa glared at me jealously as I sipped my delicious tea. I don't really feel like serving someone who would drug their tea. Besides, how long do you plan to stay in that outfit? I don't want a pervert roaming around my house. First explain to me. Why do you own this high-rise condo? Oh, why can't my sister ever engage in a proper conversation? Well, fine, I suppose I have to explain for her to understand. You see, when my previous husband died leaving his child behind, he left us a lot of wealth. That's how I bought this place. Not with a loan, but in cash. Huh? You're in cash? But this place costs millions. Well, this is just 1/100th of the real estate I currently own. Vanessa was speechless. Yes, the top floor of this high-rise condo is completely mine. That's not all. I currently own numerous properties, with a total asset value of $200 million. Not only does the income from these properties allow for a wealthy lifestyle, but I am also a consultant for an organization involved in cultural projects, protecting American classical culture. Half of it is for tax purposes, and the other half is for Matt. So my busy daily work involves being a director for that organization. Occasionally, I receive reports related to land. Explaining all this to her. Sandra owns all this? Yes, me. Because, Vanessa, you wouldn't know since I got married right after graduating from university. And you probably don't even know why. What is it? Because of the serious trouble you caused, Dad's credibility at his company plummeted. And we had a lot of difficulties. Humph. A grown daughter can do whatever she wants. You weren't even of legal age back then, were you? You had been involved in compensated dating since high school, which only added to Mom's embarrassment, as it showed she couldn't educate her daughter properly. Then, coincidentally, a marriage proposal came from the Cooper family. The Cooper family? Yes, they were considered the lords of our region, that family. What? You married into that prestigious family? Matt sighed and then said, "Let's move over there for a bit, Ryan." Ryan, understanding it was an adult conversation, moved away. So, you married into that family? Yes. But not to the person you're thinking of. I married the older brother, who was the heir. What? The bedridden waste of space, the burden of the Cooper family? Yes, him. Indeed, my former husband had been described that way. Born frail, he hardly ever went to school and always had doctors around him. That's why he was considered a burden to his prestigious family. But that was only the perspective from outsiders. His parents and his younger brother, the next heir, didn't think of him that way. Everyone loved him, a man without desires. He happened to fall in love with me when I was visiting home and saw me at the hospital. Then, the lords of the Cooper family came to our house to ask for my hand in marriage because their son, who had never wanted anything before, had made his one and only request, even pleading to me, who was much younger. I got married at the age of 22, hoping it would somewhat widen my parents' shoulders. My former husband passed away when Ryan was still in my womb. Even the pregnancy was through artificial insemination. He didn't have the strength to conceive a child naturally. It was a wish of my in-laws, and I agreed for the sake of my gentle former husband. My former husband was able to watch my belly grow but passed away without seeing his child, leaving only his name. As a young widow, my in-laws thanked me and left me an inheritance as per his will. However, some relatives eyed the substantial inheritance I received like vultures. So I moved to a high-security high-rise condo in the city center when Ryan started kindergarten. As I further explained, Vanessa shook her head and hands saying, "No, no, 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 how can I believe such a fairy tale-like story?" She yelled at me with utter disbelief. What can I say? So what about him now? You received such an inheritance and you're allowed to remarry. I was allowed. Well, I didn't really need permission, but I consulted them anyway. They were really good in-laws, and I felt bad. But they said they were sorry. I had to spend the best years of my youth caring for a sick man and going through an artificial pregnancy. That should be enough with the inheritance you got. Time and life cannot be bought with money, they said. My gentle in-laws, who had lost a beloved son to illness, understood these two values very well. Perhaps because they were wealthy. Later, when I moved to the city center, I was exhausted from single parenting. So different from the life with my in-laws. That's when I reconnected with Matt, a junior from my university days who had admired me. He became a great help to me when I was overwhelmed. As he started coming around more, Ryan grew attached to him, and I thought it would be nice to have him by my side, so I proposed. My in-laws described Matt as a harmless person who seems interested in nothing but his studies. They didn't object to the remarriage, in fact, they supported it. Possibly as a check against relatives who might try to push their preferred partners on me to induce a remarriage. As if you're the only one who gets to be happy, Vanessa began to say when my phone rang. A call at this time meant, I switched to speaker mode after picking up. Hello, Sandra. I hadn't heard back from you for a while. Are you okay? Vanessa groaned on the spot. Oh, Mom, I'm fine. That's good. By the way, I just heard a voice like someone stepped on a frog. Is Vanessa there by any chance? Yes, she is. I looked at Vanessa with a big smile. Mom? Why do you know here? You really have a memory like a sieve, Vanessa. You were the one who said you were going to your sister's place. That's terrible. Why is there such a difference in how you treat your daughters? Vanessa shouted angrily at the phone. What? Are you in any position to say that? After you left, until Sandra married into the Cooper family, the situation around our home. It wasn't quite ostracism, but because Dad held a good position in the company. We were the subject of terrible rumors. That only ended after 2 years because of Sandra. The Cooper family pulled some strings, which helped our neighbors, relatives, and Dad's faction at work. You nearly destroyed everything Dad worked for at the most important company in our city. That's your problem. I didn't ask him to climb the corporate ladder. Still, it's thanks to him that we were able to enter a private university in the city center. Sure, but that doesn't give you the right to act all high and mighty. Maybe. But Vanessa, what happened to the child you were carrying back then? My mother's voice turned chillingly cold as she asked Vanessa. What? You ran away with him when you got pregnant, right? So what happened to that child? That, he took the child with him. I contacted that he you mentioned. Vanessa moaned. With the Cooper connection, when I searched for you, I got his mobile number. My mother continued relentlessly. He apologized for running away, thanked me for the divorce. Said he was mediocre at making money but a better person than you. He can't tell me where he is, but he's working somewhere far away. Trying to repay his debts. Alone. Alone? I asked my mother. Yes, alone. You can imagine what that means, right, Sandra? My mother mentioned that the child Vanessa brought was in terrible condition. I quickly turned towards Vanessa. You, the child. Stop it. Why are you looking at me like that? Mom said the little girl you left with her was very thin. That's because things have been tough lately. People who are going through tough times don't carry that kind of bag. I pointed to the bag thrown on the living room table. That's clearly a designer brand, isn't it? I bought it 2 or 3 years ago. Mom said she looks like a kindergartner, even though she's only a year younger than Ryan. Isn't that right, Mom? That's right. Mother's voice grew even lower. Her name was Anna, right? Was she attending kindergarten or school properly? Her speech seems a bit delayed too. Of course, she was. Grandma, is Mom over there? A frail voice came from the other side. Yes, Anna. Do you want to talk to Mom? No. I definitely don't want to go back. I don't want to go back to Mom's place. Anna, Vanessa's daughter, began to cry on the other side. I don't want to become like my sister. I see. It seemed there were unspeakable truths hidden in her words. I've been talking to her intermittently just now. She seems to have had a sister, apparently. The past tense indicated something more. I don't know anything about that. With that, Vanessa quickly moved to grab her bag and clothes. That's not going to happen. Matt grabbed her hand, and Ryan secured the bag and clothes. Then, turning to another smartphone. Hello, Grandpa, now's the time. With that signal, the front door opened. This is the police. We received a report of unlawful entry and assault. And we're here to detain a woman accused of child abuse. Sandra. You did well to keep her here so long. Dad. Several police officers secured Vanessa on the spot. Are you all right, Ms. White? Yes, I'm fine. The concierge was also standing at the entrance. He was the one who opened the door. It's been a while, Vanessa. Dad. One of the police officers took the clothes and bag from Ryan. They didn't have the luxury to dress her in those clothes. So a blanket they had likely brought was wrapped around her. Matt pointed to the bag and said, I haven't checked inside, but I believe it contains sleeping pills. I'll accompany you for a blood test. I have a resistance to them, but they should still be detectable in my blood. Thank you for your cooperation, they replied. Then, through the phone, my mother asked me to switch to camera mode. Then, I saw my mother on the screen, holding a little girl in her arms. Officers, it seems that this girl's mother also did something terrible to her first child, leading to the loss of a small life. Our first grandchild. Anna was wearing clothes that Ryan had worn when he was much younger. It wasn't clear whether they would fit her as Ryan was quite large for his age when he entered kindergarten. Still, the clothes seemed slightly small but wearable. Her slender wrists were visible from the sleeves. Ah, those are my clothes. Hello, are you Anna? Ryan gently spoke to his cousin through the screen. This kindness must be inherited from his biological father. Yes. Who are you? I'm Ryan. I'm your cousin, a year older than you, so I'm your big brother. Big brother. As she spoke, perhaps reminded of her lost sibling, Anna started to fuss again. Come visit us sometime. Yes, the little girl nodded on the screen. Then, Sandra, will take her away now. Sorry for the intrusion. Ryan, play chess with Grandpa later. Okay, I'll be waiting. Immediately after our exchange. What is this? You all have your little family drama. And I have lost everything. Hearing this, I walked up to Vanessa and slapped her sharply across the face. No. Violent woman. Officer, arrest her too for obstructing public duties. While restraining the struggling Vanessa, one of the officers smiled wryly at me and tried to calm things down. I'm sorry, but I just had to tell my sister. What is it? You lost everything because of your own actions, not anyone else's. Nothing is coming back to you, and I won't let it. I will make that child ours. Stay away from us forever. Let's go, everyone. Matt urged his father. That's right. See you later then, Sandra. I'll be waiting, Dad. Take care, dear. After seeing everyone off, I slumped down where I was. It's okay, Mom. I'm really tired. It's good that we did the shopping today. Indeed. What a day it had been. It's only been about 6 hours since Mom called. Later, Dad and Matt returned and said that Vanessa would be detained by the police for a while. No bail. Absolutely not. While we were having a late dinner, Dad said with a strained voice, "She's already divorced, and there's no one on her side to take her back. Let's just let her be tried swiftly." Indeed, after some time, Vanessa was convicted. She had inflicted pain on her own family, caused the death of one child, and was abandoned by the surviving child. Now, she must face a long life ahead alone. Sometime later, my parents brought Anna to our house. "Hey, you've gotten pretty cute." Anna blushed at Ryan's comment. "Where on earth did you learn to speak like that?" Stop it, Dad, that tickles. Stop it. Ryan laughed as he played with Matt. Anna watched this scene of her adoptive father and brother in astonishment, then gazed blankly at us. "Is it really okay, Auntie?" She hesitated over her words, asking if she could live here. I had already decided to adopt her at that moment, thinking it was the best solution. I even considered initially having her grow up with my parents. However, there was concern that back home, she might be stigmatized as that girl's child. My parents felt. They also planned to move closer to me after they retired. Until then, we agreed to travel together during holidays. It seems Anna is a bit behind in her studies, so attending the same school as Ryan might be difficult. Nonetheless, the life we can provide her now will be much better than her previous one. Now that the source of our troubles is gone, we can focus on slowly working towards happiness. We have plenty of time. Strangers, get out of our house. A few days after Richard passed away, suddenly 9 of his relatives barged into our house. They claimed the house was theirs and that I, an outsider, should leave. However, upon hearing this, I burst into laughter. Unaware of the situation, they stared at me suspiciously and pressed me for an explanation. "Don't you all know?" I revealed a wish Richard had entrusted to me, which left his relatives pale-faced. Shocked by the truth, they nearly collapsed. "My name is Hillary Ford. I work in the kitchen of a restaurant, aged 52. Hillary, can you work overtime today?" "Hey, manager." Hillary said she couldn't do overtime. That's right. She has to visit her husband in the hospital. So we said we would cover for her until he's discharged. Ah. That's right. Sorry, Hillary, you can leave on time today. Our restaurant is a famous Chinese restaurant in town. It's cheap and delicious, yet voluminous, which is why there's a queue every day. I used to happily work overtime. But since my husband Richard was diagnosed with cancer and is now hospitalized, I have been leaving on time. He is 54 years old, 2 years older than me. We've been married for 30 years. But this is the first time he's faced such a serious illness. Although we discovered the cancer during a medical checkup, it had already metastasized, and his condition has rapidly deteriorated since. It's pathetic. Since I usually just stayed at home and worked. I don't have much physical strength. He worked from home as an interior coordinator, freelancing, and managed all his work on a single computer. Thanks to this, he mostly took care of the household chores. And I was free to work from morning till night. However, since he fell ill, I've had to ask my workplace for a shift change. I start early in the morning and leave during the busiest hours to take care of him. That's how I've come to rely on everyone's help. Everyone, I'm sorry for always causing trouble. What are you saying? If you look so gloomy, your husband will feel uneasy when you visit. That's right. Keep smiling and take good care of him. If things get tough, the manager can handle both the hall and the kitchen. Hey, what do you think I am? My cheerful colleagues laughed. When I asked them for help, none of them showed a displeased face and accepted it. In fact, they even suggested I leave early. The manager adjusted the shift, despite the loss of money, to my current working hours. I am truly grateful to work in such a wonderful place. Once things settle down, I'll definitely repay their kindness. With these thoughts, I thanked everyone, punched out my time card, quickly got ready, and rushed to the hospital. Ah, Mrs. Ford. The doctor just arrived and is talking with your husband. When I arrived at the hospital, a nurse kindly informed me. Upon hearing her words, I hurried to the room where Richard and the doctor were talking. Your wife is here too. Oh, you're done with work? Thanks for your hard work. Richard is 2 years older than me. People often mistook me as the older one due to his youthful face. But since his cancer diagnosis, he seems to have aged rapidly. Now, he looks his age, perhaps even older. His gaunt face has lost its vitality. And his smile is feeble. I won't lose to the disease, he had said cheerfully at first. But the body is honest. Contrary to his words, he is weakening day by day. We were just discussing the progression of his illness. My husband's condition is. Doctor, I'll explain the rest myself. I tried to hear more from the doctor, but Richard interrupted, giving me a bad feeling. The doctor seemed to sense something as well and quietly left the room after nodding. Hey, Hillary, how long have we been together since we got married? Suddenly, Richard muttered while looking out the window. More than his condition, I was perplexed but answered his question. 30 years. 30 years. It felt long, but looking back, it went by in a blink of an eye. Stop it. It sounds like the end is near. Half a year. As Richard reminisced, he spoke as if he had come to terms with the end of his life, prompting me to hastily stop his remarks. However, he spoke over my words and looked away. We've got about half a year left. Probably less. I know my own body best. Richard smiled faintly, his face downturned. The moment I heard his words, my worst fears were confirmed, and tears welled up in my eyes. Sorry, I've made you sad. I promised when we got married I'd never make you feel sad. Noticing my tears, Richard raised his head, smiled troublingly, and gently wiped away my tears with his finger. Tears were also welling up in his eyes. And seeing that, I cried even harder. I began to sob, unable to hold back my tears. When I'm gone, I have to apologize to your parents. I made their daughter cry, sorry. Stop it. If he were gone, the rest of my life would be lonely. We had laughed and talked about being together when our time came. As if he had given up on living, Richard spoke such sad words, and I openly showed my anger. It sounds like it's already decided. Don't say such sad things. Hillary. It's not definitely decided yet. Medicine has advanced. If we look for a different hospital, maybe. I'm going to be gone. Unable to accept reality, I raised my voice. Richard gently held my hand and continued his words as if to console me. I'll be gone soon. No. I absolutely don't want that. I want to take care of what needs to be done before I'm gone. I want to spend every last moment with you. Saying this, Richard shared his plans for the future. I don't want to spend the rest of my life in a hospital. I want to go back home with you. And I know you have work, Hillary, but could you take a few days off? I want to go on that trip we planned. I want to fulfill every wish you've had, so please. Richard pleaded. His words and demeanor hammered home the reality. That this was no dream, it was all too real. I was painfully aware that there was no more hope. Respecting his wishes, I held back tears and informed the doctor about our decision. The doctor respected our wishes and immediately began the discharge process, arranging for tests to ensure he could leave the hospital by tomorrow. Thus, Richard's final hospital stay was decided. Richard, I've come to visit. Hi. How are you feeling? About ready to kick the bucket, huh? Hillary, you're here too. I thought it was just Richard. Since there was time until dinner, I stayed in the hospital room to be with him as long as possible. Suddenly, Richard's mother, his brother Greg, and Greg's wife Jenny arrived to visit. It's been a while, you all. Greg, Richard's brother, is 55 and works in construction. But he has a terrible habit of slacking off and has no title at his age. Merely coasting along at work. His wife, Jenny, is 34 and beautiful. But her harsh facial expressions and terrible language, especially towards me, are striking. She seems to despise me. Their mother is 74 but looks younger and is physically fit. However, her nasty personality is clear, and she is miserly with money. She dotes on Greg and dismisses Richard. I despise Richard's family. Greg, as usual, makes insensitive jokes, and Jenny probably hates me. From the moment we met, she has treated me as an enemy, dropping snide remarks whenever she could. The mother-in-law treats Richard and me as if we are not human, constantly irritating us. She sees him as a cash cow. Every time we meet, it's always about money. Greg has a large family, doesn't he? Since you two don't have children and both earn, you must have some extra money, right? Can you spare some? This kind of pleading had become the norm. Greg's family, including his mother, is a family of 9. His previous wife ran away, leaving him with 4 stepchildren, and he remarried Jenny, who had 2 children with him, leading to a life of poverty. They couldn't make ends meet on their earnings alone and started begging us for money. What do you all want with so many of you here? What's with that tone? Your own mother comes to visit, and that's how you greet her? That's right, Richard. Value your mother. She's been lonely since your father passed away. The in-law's attitude worsened after the father-in-law passed away. He was a strict and sensible man. While he was alive, the mother-in-law did not behave this way. The family was harmonious. However, after his death from old age, she changed completely, as if freed from a shackle. She had been considerate towards us only because of the father-in-law's wishes. Without him, she treated me as an intruder. Richard, too, became merely a source of money for her. Greg had been disowned during the father's lifetime due to eloping with his previous wife. But the disownment was lifted after the father's death, and he returned home with Jenny as his new wife. Even though this town puts a lot of effort into supporting child rearing, raising 6 children is simply beyond ordinary financial means. Richard always shook his head at such naive thinking. It's been tough making ends meet this month. Could you help us out a bit? What? Stop it. How can you say such foolish things at a time like this? Stay out of this, outsider. This is a family matter. That's how it is. Furious at their audacity, I raised my voice in anger, but Greg dismissed me. And Jenny laughed mockingly at me, shooing me away as if I were a dog. I'm sorry, but we can't spare any money. Oh. That's inconvenient. I thought you'd have some money since I came all this way. Sigh. Really, what a useless son. His mother muttered under her breath, barely audible to Richard. The 3 of them were behaving in a way that stretched the limits of decency. So, how is he doing? The cancer progression, discharge plans? Clearly, she wasn't asking out of concern. It was typical of her greedy nature. Probably scheming for some financial benefit. He has about 6 months left. He'll be discharged tomorrow to spend his remaining time at home. Seriously? At that moment, their eyes gleamed, not with shock, but with a gleeful expression that was hard to believe. The sight of their joy at such news was nauseating. Then, I'll come to pick him up when he's discharged. You'll need a car, right? That won't be necessary. Despite Richard maintaining his composure, his mother and the others kept pushing their limits. Unable to tolerate their behavior any longer, I forcibly pushed the 3 of them out of the room. Hey, what are you doing? Please leave. I will handle everything on the day of his discharge. So there is no need for you to come. Don't ever show your face again. What? Hey, are you kidding? I dismissed any further complaints from them, slammed the door shut, and locked it. I quickly explained the situation to the hospital staff, asked the nurse to restrict visits to anyone but me, and ensured that the in-laws could not meet Richard. Sorry, Hillary. I've caused you trouble. Why don't you stand up to them? They're mocking you, treating you like a cash cow? It was frustrating. Why should such rotten people live comfortably, while someone as good as Richard has to disappear? It might be misdirected anger, but I couldn't bear it. I still deeply love Richard and couldn't accept the reality of him being gone. I didn't want to stress myself arguing back. But, seeing you speak up clearly for me made me happy. That's why I have a favor to ask of you. A favor? Then, Richard entrusted me with a task. The content was so shocking that I couldn't hide my surprise. However, he was dead serious, looking earnestly at me and emphasizing his request. It's my first and last favor, so please. Understood. Thus, I took charge of something from Richard and returned home that day. Before his relatives could arrive the next day, I hurriedly discharged Richard from the hospital. Even though we were home, I feared his relatives might show up at any moment. Wanting to keep Richard away from them, I changed one of his wishes. Instead of staying at our house, I asked an acquaintance for a favor, and we temporarily moved into a villa they owned. Being away from home was a bit sad, but I don't care where I am as long as you're with me, Richard said with a bashful smile, making me blush a bit too. After that, I explained the situation to my workplace and took a long leave of absence. I wanted to be by Richard's side until the last moments of his life. With the help of friends, Richard was able to spend his remaining time peacefully until he passed away quietly in his bed 6 months later. At the funeral, I reunited with his relatives after a long time. I braced myself for their comments, but instead of showing sorrow, they simply smirked and stared at me with eerie smiles. The creepiness of their grins sent chills down my spine. What did that smile mean? I was soon to find out. After the funeral, when I was back home sorting through Richard's belongings, the doorbell rang. Opening the door, I was greeted by his mother and Greg, both carrying an excessive amount of luggage. "We finally found you. Got a call from a neighbor saying you're back. What's with all this luggage?" His mother complained as she tried to barge inside, but I blocked her way at the entrance, and Greg glared at me annoyingly. "What are you doing?" "Move, you're in the way." "I won't move." "What's with this luggage? And why have you brought the kids too?" Behind Greg, his entire family was present. I was puzzled by the situation, but showing confusion would play into their hands. They must have schemed something and come to our house. I decided to confront them firmly. Laughing mockingly, his mother uttered an unbelievable statement. "From today, this house is ours. Others, get out of our house." I was stunned by her words. Unbelievably, his relatives, all 9 of them, had decided to take over our house on their own. Lost for words at their audacity, I was left speechless. A son's possessions naturally belong to his blood relatives, right? He even left us his will like this. She flaunted a will in front of me. However, hearing this, I burst out laughing, finding their foolishness hilarious. "What's so funny?" Jenny peeked from behind Greg, glaring at me displeased by my reaction. Wiping the tears from my laughter, I shared a shocking truth with the disgruntled relatives. "Don't you know? This house is mine now." "What? Huh?" Confused by my words, his relatives looked dumbfounded. Their clueless faces made me want to laugh again, but I held back and went to get a document from another room. "As you can see, the real owner of this house is me. Richard changed the ownership to me while he was still alive, thinking it would be more helpful for the future." "What did you say?" Hearing about the change of ownership, his mother widened her eyes in shock. She hurriedly snatched the document from me and examined it closely with Greg. "It's really written here. The ownership is in this woman's name." The document was authentic, and the ownership was indeed in my name. Realizing the truth of my words, Greg and Jenny raised their voices, but I responded nonchalantly. "You must be mistaken. The ownership was supposed to be in Richard's name, wasn't it? When he was discharged, he changed the ownership to me on his own volition." At that point, his mother interrupted, "That's not right," and thrust the will she had at me. "It can't be. Because here, I have a will that he supposedly wrote." The paper she showed was indeed written in Richard's handwriting. However, it lacked any signature, rendering it non-functional as a will. Dismayed by their ignorance, I sighed deeply. But knowing they wouldn't listen to anything I said, I asked them to wait and made a phone call. "Thank you for your help. I'm sorry to trouble you, but Richard's family has stormed in over the will. Could you please come over right away?" "Thank you. Who were you calling just now?" Startled by my sudden phone call, Greg looked at me suspiciously. I didn't answer him in detail, but merely indicated for them to come inside. I seated his mother and Greg on the sofa and instructed the kids to play. Soon, the doorbell rang again, and I went to greet the caller. leading him directly into the living room. Sorry for the delay. A man in a suit entered, and Greg's group immediately became defensive, eyeing him with hostility. It's no trouble at all. Sorry for the sudden call. This is Mr. Anderson, a lawyer who has been helping us with Richard's affairs. I called him because your mother mentioned bringing a will. A lawyer? As soon as they realized Mr. Anderson was a lawyer, his mother exclaimed in shock. I had met Lawyer Anderson through a friend who had lent us the villa, and he had explained the situation to him. At first, Richard and I were anxious because Mr. Anderson was a young lawyer, just 30 years old. However, he was quick-witted and had a strong track record with family disputes, which reassured us after meeting him. We had entrusted him with all matters regarding the estate and the family dispute. His relatives had no idea Richard had hired a lawyer. Their faces showed surprise as if they had never heard such a thing. Greg and his family were also shocked and lost for words. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I'm Lawyer Anderson. I've come to discuss matters concerning Richard. We will be recording this conversation as it will serve as evidence. In contrast to Greg's flashy long hair, Lawyer Anderson had short hair and wore glasses to soften his sharp gaze, presenting a clean and professional appearance. Forgetting her place, his mother looked at Lawyer Anderson with admiration. Lawyer Anderson greeted, and the relatives, led by his gesture, also greeted and received his business card and lawyer badge. Seeing the badge, his mother straightened up. Greg and Jenny did the same, their demeanor tense. I sat down on the sofa with Lawyer Anderson, ready to face his relatives. Lawyer Anderson skillfully activated a voice recorder and started the discussion. Your mother has brought a will. May I take a look at it? Lawyer Anderson spoke calmly, perhaps too assertively, as his mother's hands trembled slightly with the will, likely overwhelmed by anxiety about not having such a backup, and possibly losing out on the inheritance. Facing a practicing lawyer, they couldn't just talk their way out of it, and their concern about an unfavorable turn of events was evident. Lawyer Anderson quietly reviewed the will handed to him by his mother. After reading it, he looked at me and nodded once. Thank you. I'll return this to you. Lawyer Anderson handed the will back to his mother with a forced smile. This seemed to fuel her anxiety further, prompting her to question the validity of the document. It was Richard's will, right? Yes, it appears to be Mr. Richard's will indeed. See? This means the house is ours now. His mother became confident upon hearing the affirmation of the will. However, Lawyer Anderson quickly dampened her expectations by adding, It's an older version. What did you say? At the words issued from his mouth, my mother-in-law frowned and urged him to repeat himself, as if saying, Say that again. Didn't you hear? While it is indeed a will of Richard, it stated. The valid will, recognized officially, would be this one. Lawyer Anderson then pulled out a newer document from his bag. It read, All my assets shall belong to Hillary. Any previous wills written to my mother are hereby invalidated, and this will shall stand effective. What? Let me see that. Jenny snatched the will from Lawyer Anderson to verify it. The document not only had a more recent date but also included Richard's signature. Clear proof of its authenticity, especially since it mentioned being drafted with legal assistance. As the reality dawned on Jenny and the others, their faces drained of color, and his mother began to tremble. So, this will is. Essentially, it's just a piece of useless paper. No way. At the mention of useless paper, Greg directed his anger toward his mother. Despite being in front of a lawyer, he lashed out at her rapidly. What the hell, old hag? You said the inheritance would be ours, just leave it to you. Greg was almost about to grab his mother as he hurled words at her. Jenny tried desperately to hold him back, but Greg, fueled by male aggression, shrugged her off and continued his verbal assault, his mother cowering in fear. In the midst of this chaos, I glared sternly at Greg and spoke calmly. Could you please refrain from causing a scene in someone else's home? It's extremely troublesome. What did you say? If you act out of line here, we can have lawyer Anderson provide evidence and take this to court. Mentioning lawyer Anderson seemed to bring Greg back to his senses. Remembering that the opponent was a lawyer, he hastily sat back down on the sofa. By the way, was that will really written by Richard's own volition? Seeing that things had settled, I directed a question at his mother. She seemed ready to affirm it was his handwriting, but I waited quietly for her response. Yes, he wrote it for me when he was hospitalized. Really? And he wrote it willingly, did he? Exactly, that's what your mother-in-law is saying. What's with all these questions? Jenny cut in, clearly frustrated by my interrogation style. His mother nodded in agreement, and seeing this, I exchanged a knowing glance with lawyer Anderson. He adjusted his glasses and nodded back at me, giving the go-ahead. That's strange then. Because according to the hospital's security camera footage, you forced Richard to write that will. I pulled out a laptop from my bag, inserted a USB drive provided by the hospital, and started playing the video. When I had approached lawyer Anderson about Richard's situation, Richard had informed him that he had been coerced into writing the will. I explained this to the hospital as well. The hospital, willing to cooperate fully, provided the surveillance camera footage. I immediately downloaded this data and displayed the recorded video on the screen. You wouldn't want to see your assets go to waste after you're gone, huh? His mother could be heard coercing Richard in the video, with Greg and Jenny also complicit in the act. If you don't want that woman to suffer, just keep quiet and write the will. Right, Richard. If you just quietly write this, no harm will come to that woman at all. This footage was taken 3 days before Richard's discharge. They had inquired about his cancer's progression specifically to hasten their plan for the inheritance. It's not like that. We were just joking around. Yeah? We watched a drama before going to the hospital. And the villain was so cool, I just tried to mimic him. It wasn't serious, can't you let it slide? As they realized their disadvantage, the three began to frantically defend themselves. But their excuses only fueled my anger, and I sighed in disgust at their pitiful display. Even if you admitted it honestly, trying to cover it up makes you a perpetrator. Mr. Anderson, can we apply charges of coercion against them? Of course, we have their statements recorded clearly. Lawyer Anderson picked up the voice recorder with a broad smile. Greg and the others paled, having forgotten about the recorder as they spoke. That's why we will be seeking damages for everything on behalf of that person. No. Wait, Hillary. It was only your mother-in-law who made him write it, we were just there. Jenny tried to deflect responsibility. But what followed was an ugly dispute between his mother and Greg. You were all complicit in forcing him to write that will. Mom said she could handle it well. We were just there, didn't do anything. But you were threatening Richard to write quickly. That was because his consultation time was nearing, not to force him to sign the will. If we dawdled, you might come, Hillary. Indeed, they had deliberately targeted the time I was away. Jenny made a statement that provided further evidence, but in their desperation to argue, they likely hadn't realized it. The three continued their ugly squabble, seemingly unable to stop. The children, who had been playing in the back, must have become concerned by the arguing because they all came over. Among them was a child as young as 2. I could see the anxiety in their eyes. I knew the children weren't at fault. So I quickly called over my eldest nephew, a 5th grader, told him to move to another room, and urged him not to watch the adults' disgraceful fighting. Unsure of what was happening, he did as told, taking his younger siblings with him. Once the children were out of sight, I coldly addressed the 3 adults. Aren't you embarrassed? You're still parents, right? What did you say? To argue in front of the children, blaming each other. I'm speechless at your shameful behavior. Don't you feel pathetic pushing responsibility onto others? Jenny seemed to snap out of it and glanced toward where the children had disappeared. Remembering their anxious exit, she came over to me and apologized. I'm sorry. I admit to everything, the threats and all past actions. Please, forgive us. Greg and his mother, too, hurriedly apologized, desperately trying to find a way out. We need to support those kids, so please, the money. If I'm hit with a compensation claim now, I don't know how I'll manage to live. Please, have mercy. If there's a crime, I'll atone for it. The 3 of them pleaded tearfully, but my anger exploded. In the end, it's all about your own lives, your money. There's no real remorse. But that's not. We don't mean it that way. It's just that life is tough. And we wanted you to understand our situation. You know what that is? It's called an excuse. Craig jerked as if stung by my words. Jenny and his mother probably felt the same. They scrambled to apologize, but I didn't let them get a word in and continued sharply. No matter how much you apologize, I have no intention of forgiving you. If you're really concerned about the children, then work harder and pay back what you owe. All this happened because you forced Richard to do those things. Why should I forgive you? That's absurd. The 3 found no words to counter mine. If you understand, then please leave. This house is a precious place filled with my memories. And I have no intention of sharing my life with you. Please, Hillary. Forgive us. We were wrong. Hillary, please. Their desperate pleas continued. But I coldly threatened to call the police if they spoke further. Realizing the seriousness of a police report, they quickly gathered their children and belongings and left my home. Lawyer Anderson and I watched with cold eyes as the dysfunctional family members exited. After making sure they had left, we immediately locked the door. Finally, it's over, I sighed in relief alongside Lawyer Anderson. I then asked Lawyer Anderson to proceed with the compensation claim process, which he had already prepared thoroughly. The claim was processed smoothly, and the 3 were billed a combined sum of $30,000 for coercing Richard into writing the will. They couldn't afford the large sum and proposed a settlement, but I refused to compromise. You'll pay in full. Because they couldn't negotiate, their lives changed drastically. The mother had to care for 6 children alone from morning till night. Greg and Jenny worked non-stop, living in poverty. They sold the mother's house and moved into a cramped apartment with 9 people. Although they managed to repay the compensation without fail, their life never regained comfort. And it seemed their hardship would continue until the youngest child became an adult. Thus, I successfully cut ties with them. Even after sorting through the possessions, I continued living in that house. I kept working, and occasionally my colleagues would visit, which helped alleviate any loneliness. Here's today's offering. I would say daily, joining my hands in prayer and telling Richard about my day. It was our last promise, after all. Even if I become frail and need hospitalization, I'll continue to pray for you every day. On that day, Richard had asked me for one last thing, to talk to him in front of his portrait daily. I love our talks and your voice. I want it to reach me even in heaven. With those words, Richard had passed away. I vowed to keep our promise until the day I would join him. I'll say this first because it's important. Give me all the money. Huh? Money? Watching me in confusion, my sister-in-law laughs through her nose. I'll manage the money. Don't overstep your boundaries as a daughter-in-law. What is this person, who hasn't come to this house in 10 years, saying now? Do you intend not to obey? The moment I saw the face of my sister-in-law, grinning with an ugly smile, something that had been tense since my husband passed away snapped. Obey? I will not let this selfish woman take away my precious money and time. She'll regret this. My name is Kim. Last week, on my 65th birthday, my husband's health suddenly deteriorated, and he passed away. Since then, I haven't even had time to grieve, and today is the wake. I stare intently at the smiling portrait of my husband. I never imagined something like this happening. I recall a conversation I had with my husband just the other day. He was talking excitedly about taking up walking so we could enjoy traveling together in our old age. Wanting to get better at cooking, or studying his hobby of photography again. I never doubted that we could continue to live life as usual. Tears almost start to form, and I take a deep breath. I can't afford to be down forever. I shouldn't make the worrisome man hesitate in his departure. I'm also concerned about my mother-in-law, who has been living with us for many years. But don't worry, I'll take care of her as usual. But it's unfilial of me to pass away before my mother-in-law. My mother-in-law has mild dementia. She repeatedly talks about the past, forgets things, and confuses people. It's like she's returned to her childhood, indulging in fantasies and being selfish. Her legs and hips are bad, so she needs help with changing clothes and using the toilet. But I've gotten used to it after doing it for 7 years. Life with just me and my mother-in-law will surely be lonelier than before. Maybe I'll have her tell me stories about my husband's childhood when that time comes. The funeral and cremation went smoothly. And after finishing the remaining paperwork and cleaning up, my morning leave ended. As I take care of my mother-in-law while managing housework and my part-time job, I return to my usual routine. My husband was so naturally present and taciturn that I still don't feel any special changes. While thinking this, I prayed to my husband's portrait. Loneliness wells up inside me. My mother-in-law seems normal, but I think she must be sadder than I am. I talk to my husband in my memories as I look through an old album I pulled out of the closet. On days I go to my part-time job, I leave the care of my mother-in-law to a helper. It's only twice a week, but it helps with pocket money and gives me a break. It's more distracting to work than to stay at home all the time. After a long absence, I go to work as usual, finish shopping before it gets dark, and return home. It's only after I get home that I realize it. When I shop as usual, there's leftover food. My husband used to eat a lot. The joy of cooking is gone. Loneliness wells up inside me again. I'm home, I say as I return home, in a voice so quiet that my mother-in-law can't hear, so there's no reply. Just as I thought that, a cheerful woman's voice, out of tune, comes from inside the house. Welcome back. The helper should have locked up and left, so who could it be? Excuse me for intruding, big sister. Jenny? The one in the house was my sister-in-law, Jenny. She seems to have used a spare key to enter the house. Who gave her the spare key? This has never happened before, so I brace myself for an emergency, but it seems not. Because she's relaxing and watching TV. I feel uncomfortable at her presence. What is she doing, coming into someone's house uninvited? Why did you come here all of a sudden without contacting me? I'm not usually one to speak without thinking, but I couldn't hold back my emotions. And my question came out sounding sarcastic. My sister-in-law answers in a displeased tone. Do I need to contact you to return to my own home? I want to say that's obvious. But I hold my peace. No need to create more trouble. My sister-in-law, who is still barely in her 40s and 10 years younger than my husband, could be described as bright and sociable if you're being generous. But to me, she just seems sloppy and noisy. Perhaps because of her personality. She had a very poor relationship with my late father-in-law. When she left home after getting married, she slammed a letter of disownment on the table and never returned. Not even for my father-in-law's funeral 5 years ago. I don't understand what she disliked so much. However, I distinctly remember her suddenly showing up at my husband's funeral the other day, reuniting with old friends and relatives, and making a scene. I heard rumors that she's reckless with money and has debts her husband doesn't know about. I can see that. Big sister, where have you been? I was at my part-time job. Leaving mom alone at home? Locking her in a room by herself. Her face says it's unbelievable, and what a terrible way to phrase it. Lock her in? Of course not. I have a helper come during my part-time hours. She should have been here until just now. What's that? Paying a helper and going to work yourself? What's the point? Isn't it just easier to take care of mom yourself instead of going to work? Caught off guard by the unexpected comment, I struggle to respond. I've been balancing my part-time job and caring for my mother-in-law for years. After all, she's the one who left home with disdain in her youth. Noticing my displeased expression, my sister-in-law lets out an exaggerated sigh. I thought it must be hard for you since Big Brother is gone, and here you are going to work already. Kim, you're really cold-hearted. Leaving mom's care to someone else. You don't want to be at home that much? Huh? She looks at me with cold eyes, further accusing me as I become flustered. Big Brother would be sad to hear this. Abandoning your duties as a wife, that's terrible treatment. Why do I have to be told this? Anger starts to well up in me. I'm trying to accept the reality of living without my husband. Would she be satisfied if I just stayed at home and cried? Now that Big Brother is gone, I'm worried about leaving this house and mom to you, the daughter-in-law. I tilt my head. Why do I have to be referred to as a daughter-in-law by her? Sure, my husband is gone, but I'm already living on a pension, and I have some savings. I won't have any financial troubles if I don't splurge. Plus, I've been taking care of my mother-in-law for 7 years now. Her words are outrageous. Hey. I came all this way, so hurry up and give it to me. Suddenly, she shows her palm. What? Not what? Give me my share. It's getting more and more confusing. Did I have anything to give to my sister-in-law? I'm your sister. Half of Big Brother's inheritance belongs to me, right? Half? My sister-in-law grins and waggles her palms. Is this extortion? You seem to be mistaken, but you don't have any inheritance rights. Huh? What do you mean? What do I mean? It would be strange if a sister had inheritance rights. Even though we're a childless couple, Mom is still healthy. So there's no way there would be inheritance for siblings. Is that so? But this house should become mine. Mom has her share of the inheritance, right? That's because Mom is still healthy. What are you talking about? She won't be healthy forever. When that time comes, it's my house, so you shouldn't interfere. Whether my sister-in-law understands or not is doubtful. But this house certainly won't become mine. It's solely in my mother-in-law's name. It never belonged to my late husband, so it won't become mine. Greedy as she is, my sister-in-law indeed has a closer right. When my father-in-law passed away, this sister-in-law renounced her inheritance. It was because they didn't get along well and, originally, because my father-in-law had some debts from his business. At that time, my sister-in-law had said, I won't inherit anything. I know about the debts from the business. You think just because I married into a wealthy family, I'll pay? No way. I'm married now, so I'm a stranger, don't involve me. When my father-in-law died, my husband also renounced the inheritance. So the house and debts were all taken over by my mother-in-law. The debts were not substantial. And later my husband managed to repay them on behalf of his mother. Anyway, with my husband's passing, there's no right of inheritance for my sister-in-law. As I patiently explain this, my sister-in-law grows increasingly displeased. Then, my mother-in-law called me from her room. Perhaps it was time for the restroom. I informed my sister-in-law and headed to my mother-in-law's room. After assisting with the restroom, we returned to the living room together. And by then, my sister-in-law had disappeared. Suddenly feeling something was off, I looked around the room and noticed that several of the antique vases that my mother-in-law had been collecting and treasuring for years were missing. Since when? I hadn't seen the scene, but I could only think that my sister-in-law took them. What in the world is going on? After ranting as much as she wanted and realizing she had no inheritance, did she steal my mother-in-law's collection as retaliation? I don't want to suspect her, but there's no one else. Kim? What's wrong? My mother-in-law noticed something was off and asked. I force a smile to avoid worrying her. Just now, Jenny was here. It seems she's worried about us, you and me. I wrapped my response in thick sugarcoating. But my mother-in-law seemed to see right through it. Oh, really? I wanted to see her. If she comes again, make sure to let me know. 5 days later. Once again, my sister-in-law arrived unannounced. And today, she brought movers with her, piling up loads of cardboard boxes in front of our house. Huh? Jenny? What are all these boxes? Unperturbed by my flustered voice, my sister-in-law directs the movers. Put the heavy stuff inside the entrance. Be quiet, there's an elderly person here. Wait a minute, I'm troubled if you do this kind of thing without permission. I stop the movers from entering the house and confront my sister-in-law. What are you thinking? You can see, can't you? I can't. Don't raise your voice. What if Mom hears? My sister-in-law looks at me sharply. If Mom hears, it's because she knows she's doing something wrong. Did you lock Mom in her room again today? Of course not. I wonder. More importantly, what is all this? My irritation grows, and my sister-in-law laughs through her nose. I told you before. I can't entrust the house and Mom to you, a daughter-in-law. Even so, this is clearly. That's right. As you guessed, I'm moving in. What about your own house? Then my sister-in-law drops a bombshell. I divorced and came back for you. What? It's only natural, considering the house. I don't understand what she's saying. She was supposed to have come to the funeral with her husband. When did you get divorced? Just last week. Why? Didn't I just tell you? For the house. I need to verify this step by step because I can't understand it all. So, you're going to live in this house? That's right, of course. Does that mean you'll take care of Mom? What are you talking about? That's your job, isn't it? Then, will you do the housework? Why would that be? Or will you earn in place of my husband? That's impossible. There's no reason for my sister-in-law to have divorced. Her husband was wealthy and kind. She had no complaints about him. My head spins. I need to calm down a bit. Living with my sister-in-law in this house is absolutely impossible. In fact, it's unthinkable. Where did you take Mom's collection of vases? When I asked as if I just remembered, Jenny answered without a hint of guilt. I sold them because I needed the money for moving. What? What's the big deal? It's my right to do whatever I want with things inside my own home, isn't it? Wha? I was speechless from her reasoning. Right, I should go call Mom. I was always told to do that whenever Jenny came to the house. But realizing this, Jenny stopped me. Wait a minute. What is it? I'll tell Mom myself, so just keep quiet. Huh? It's better if I explain things, being her daughter rather than you, her daughter-in-law. But if you understand, then help carry the boxes. Jenny directed me to my husband's study, which was still in the process of being cleaned out. Jenny, wait. I don't want you to put anything in this room. I objected, but Jenny didn't care at all. What? A daughter-in-law living in my family home dares to speak up? She continued to bring in the boxes without care. The sunlight is great in here, it's the best room. Jenny barged into my husband's room, causing me distress. Sure, it might be her family home. But it's also the precious home where I've lived for decades. There's no way I can just accept this without any contact or consultation. I'll say this first because it's important. Give me all the money. Huh? Money? Yes, all the money in this house. My already confused mind went into further panic. All of it? What are you talking about? Last time you were mistaken thinking half of it was yours, what now? Jenny laughed through her nose. I couldn't believe I had no share, but honestly, it doesn't matter. Regardless of my inheritance rights, now that I've returned, I'll manage the house and the money. So it's only natural I take it all. Don't act so high and mighty as a daughter-in-law when the sister, am here. What? Hearing Jenny's selfish arguments only made things more confusing for me. If you won't obey, then you can just leave. The moment I saw Jenny's grinning face, something tense since my husband's death snapped. I will not let this selfish woman take away my precious time and money. I responded calmly. I understand. I have no intention of obeying you. I will leave this house immediately. Seeing my resolute attitude, the smile disappeared from Jenny's face. What do you mean by that? What about Mom? Just as you said, Jenny, I'm only a daughter-in-law, so I won't interfere any further. Please take care of the rest. Huh? What a cruel person. It's rich coming from someone who has always neglected Mom. Who are you talking to like that? Apologize immediately. Ignoring her, I quickly packed my things. Then I went to the first floor where my mother-in-law's room was. Opened the door and announced loudly, Mom. I was told to leave, so I will do just that. My mother-in-law looked at me with a bewildered face. Please look after the house, Jenny. With that, I stormed out of the house. Jenny was shouting something, but I didn't look back. All she does is act selfishly without knowing anything. She'll regret this. A week later, there were 50 missed calls on my cell phone. I couldn't answer because I was in a meeting. Just as I was about to call back, another call came in. Hello? Big sister? No. Huh? It's you, big sister, isn't it? You have the wrong number. I don't have a sister. I don't need that kind of talk. Please, help me. Help? Me help you? Yes, we're family, aren't we? Help. Family? Who? Don't joke around. Jenny yelled angrily, and I responded calmly. You want help, right? What's with that attitude? Why would you say something like that? Behind Jenny's pained voice, I could hear Mom shouting. When you're done with the laundry, start cleaning. Hurry up. Hey. You heard that, right? What dementia? Isn't she more energetic than before? Oh, didn't you know, Jenny? Mom's dementia has gotten much better. What? Well, you wouldn't know, would you? You've been avoiding Mom for years. I'm not avoiding her. Several years ago, my mother-in-law had severe dementia that led to delusions, fits of anger, and messing up rooms, to the point where she would leave the house on her own and get lost. It was a tough time. Alone, I couldn't stop her. And it took both my husband and me to bring her back home. After that, she injured her leg and couldn't walk well, which added stress for everyone in the family. Ever since the helper suggested it, she's been playing online games daily. Online games? Yes. They seem to suit her, and her dementia has improved significantly. She's not just cooped up in her room, she's playing games. Before I knew it, she had returned to her old routine of living a regular life, which makes me happy. Games, really? I thought it was easy because she was quiet in her room. But she calls me incessantly, acts spoiled, lectures me, it's really tough. Really? That shouldn't be. Big sister, do you always take care of her like that? How rude. Who are you talking about? It seems my mother-in-law grabbed the phone. Kim? Thanks to you not relying on Jenny and arranging for a helper every day, I'm feeling great. I'm glad to hear that, I'm relieved. So, is everything taken care of? Yes, everything. I just finished a meeting. I'm available anytime, Mom. That's great, then let's get moving. I only took my handbag and returned home. The large bags I had when I left weren't necessary. When I arrived home, my mother-in-law greeted me. Welcome back, I was waiting. Jenny, standing beside her, looked completely exhausted, like a different person. It seemed my mother-in-law had been putting her to work, which isn't her usual behavior. Maybe she wanted to teach Jenny a lesson for selling her collections without permission. I'm tired. Take me to my room so I can rest. I took my mother-in-law to her room as instructed, and Jenny's attitude changed dramatically. Where have you been hiding? Think about the situation I've been left in. I have no home to return to, so you should help. I tilted my head. Isn't that her own doing? If I can't live here, I might as well be homeless in the park. Be grateful you have a house. My head tilted even more. So, what do you want to do? Think about it from a daughter-in-law's perspective. Housekeeping and caregiving are for daughters-in-law. Managing the money is for me, the family member. It's like an employment relationship, right? You're just a housekeeper for the family. I was too shocked to say anything. Jenny might have lost a screw somewhere. She had been a daughter-in-law herself until very recently. What was she talking about? Did Mom say anything about living together? When I asked this, Jenny said triumphantly, "She told me to take care of the house." I see. That figures. I responded nonchalantly, and Jenny looked puzzled. You're taking this very lightly? Were you prepared for this? Yes. Well, good. Since Mom said so, you understand, right? Hurry back and continue with the housekeeping and caregiving as usual. No. What? Just as Mom said, I'll leave the house to you, Jenny. Mainly, the cleaning up. What? What do you mean? We're moving tomorrow. Moving? Yes. I've been sorting documents and finalizing procedures up to today. If Jenny doesn't leave soon, it would be trespassing. I don't understand what you're saying at all. It seems Jenny couldn't grasp the situation, so I decided to make it clear. The house has already been sold. Huh? Why would you do something like that without permission? My brother would be sad. Yes, he would be sad. He was looking forward to moving. What do you mean? That brother also agreed to sell the house. What? We bought a condo for seniors. Mom is moving there with us. Moving to a condo? Of course, considering their future, a condo with better facilities for the elderly. And barrier-free design is more suitable than an old house with a cumbersome yard. It's better to live comfortably for the rest of their lives, right? That's what my husband said. So my mother-in-law and I agreed. We never imagined we would be gone. I wasn't informed. Huh? This is my family home. It's strange not to check with me. The owner of this house is Mom. We don't need permission from a mere squatter. Actually, that was a bit harsh. Jenny is still one of the presumptive heirs, so she is a stakeholder. But we thought it would be more trouble to involve her. Mom might have mild dementia. But my husband was entrusted with managing the assets through a family trust. And he sold the house. This house already belongs to someone else. Jenny trembled, her face growing paler. Don't joke. Where am I supposed to live now? I've already filed for divorce. Why don't you apologize to your husband and ask for his forgiveness? It's impossible, obviously. She just said whatever she wanted when she left. Said whatever she wanted, like what? Things like he's a loser, earns a low salary, and has a bad smell from aging. The more I hear, the sorrier I feel. How could she say such things to such a kind husband? Ha! Wait a minute. So, does this mean there is no money in this house right now? That's right, almost all of it went into buying the condo. She divorced counting on the money in this house. What is she going to do now? Huh? I couldn't hide my surprise. What on earth happened? Just a little debt and he complains, such a stingy man. Debt? I'm better off without him. Hearing these words from Jenny, I feel a sense of disgust. I had heard she was careless with money, but I couldn't believe she would abandon her family over it. All the cards and bank books were taken away. That man is worthless. I shudder. Jenny's values seem to be all about money. The little debt doesn't seem so little. Then, Jenny, having an epiphany, said, "Hey, let me live in that condo. It shouldn't be a problem if I live there instead of Big Brother, right?" Yes, that should work. Jenny seemed pleased with her brilliant idea. If she doesn't understand what she is saying, I'll explain it to her one by one. I am a housekeeper for the family. Is that what you said? Huh? No, just wanted to check. What? I start to speak slowly. The condo is in Mom's name, so if she says it's okay, I have nothing to say. But you want to live together in a house that is neither your family home nor anything else anymore? Huh? You also said to give you all the money. Can you say that again? Jenny's face freezes. Did I say that? You must have heard wrong. I continue with a smile. I think family should support each other. It's wrong if someone has to endure just to live. I absolutely refuse to live the rest of my life accommodating you. And I definitely won't let you use our money. Jenny seems too angry to find words to reply. She runs to Mom's room to seek help. Mom. This daughter-in-law is crazy. Mom firmly slaps Jenny's hand. My legs may be bad, but my ears are better than most. I heard everything. You've been rather high and mighty with Kim, haven't you? What? How can you say such things about another woman, about being a daughter-in-law? Unbelievable. Let me be clear. You've always been selfish, extravagant, and arrogant. There's no helping you. Mom? Aren't you going too far? I was relieved when you married a good man. But to think you'd divorce and come back, I'm truly disappointed. Disappointed? What are you saying, Mom? Don't you wish for your daughter's happiness? My mother-in-law sighed deeply and said with a sharp gaze, Don't be so entitled. Huh? You might think it's normal because you've always been with him, but such a good man is rare. No one else would put up with a foolish woman like you. Mom, you've been saying too much. Go and apologize to your husband and ask to be taken back. That's your best chance for happiness. My happiness? That's right. You won't find such a good man again. If you lose him, you'll regret it. Lose him? Trust my mother-in-law to choose her words wisely, knowing Jenny's character well. Compared to a poor family home with only an old woman and a daughter-in-law, it's no contest. If you understand, go back quickly. Trust a mother's words. Somehow, they have a convincing power and force. I'll give her one more push. Jenny, it's better to apologize sooner rather than later. Is that so? I nod deeply. That's right. Mom also said forcefully. Obviously. Let's send her back before she changes her mind. Mom and I exchanged a glance and nodded quietly. Come on, hurry. If you talk properly, your husband will understand. We'll send back your things, so don't worry. But, will he forgive me? Jenny seems a bit hesitant. My mother-in-law's expression turned stern. Nonsense. Mom pulled out a piece of paper. Write down your sincerity on paper. Write that you will not waste money. That you will change your heart, and that you will not return to your parents' home again. Why? It's for your own good. I will show this to your husband and explain things properly for you. In return, you must make up with your husband. You cannot come back to our place ever again. I understand. Thank you, Mom. Mom became a bit terrifying. She skillfully used both carrot and stick, manipulating the situation to her advantage and even securing evidence. This ensures Jenny cannot rely on our house anymore. She's formidable indeed. By the way, it seems she is undefeated in online gaming competitions too. Jenny obediently leaves. Mom looks relieved. No matter that she's my daughter, I can't take care of her anymore, and I don't even want to. You are my only daughter now. Let's continue to get along well. My mother-in-law chuckles shyly. Of course, Mom. Let's spend our time peacefully together. Afterward, Jenny quickly returned home and apologized to her husband, asking for a reconciliation. I was blinded by my brother's inheritance and filed for divorce. It was madness. Please forgive me. She did well to apologize honestly, but during her absence, it turned out she had made other debts and had an affair, and gentle as her husband was, he couldn't forgive her. Then, for some reason, Jenny blamed me, saying, "My sister-in-law instigated me." I was brainwashed. There's absolutely no reason for me to have instigated Jenny. How does one even brainwash someone? Her husband, deeply disappointed by Jenny's consistent dishonesty, expected Mom to cover for her, but given Mom's inability to lie, she ended up explaining everything, even things that didn't need to be said. It seems a reconciliation is off the table until Jenny repays her debts and truly changes her ways. What? I'm lowering my head here. With that attitude, it seems impossible she will change anytime soon. My mother-in-law and I have successfully moved and are enjoying our daily lives. The room that was supposed to be my husband's study has been turned into a small personal gym. It's not fancy, but being able to exercise daily at home is a blessing. Gaming is good, but if you don't exercise, you'll get out of shape, Mother. What are you talking about? There are online games now that let you move and play. Really? As expected, you're well informed. You have to use both your brain and body in balance. I feel like my mother-in-law is getting younger. Could it be just me? Given her likely long life, I can't afford to fall behind. I think about what will happen when my mother-in-law passes away. Then, the condo will belong to Jenny. She probably can't wait for that day. My mother-in-law mentioned making me her adopted daughter to enable me to inherit. But I hate the idea of a legal battle with Jenny. If that day comes, I plan to use my husband's inheritance and savings to move into a nursing home. However, judging by my mother-in-law's condition, that day won't come anytime soon. Ironically, my husband's sudden passing made me reassess my life ahead. What I need to cherish now are the inheritance my husband left, the savings we accumulated, and above all, a healthy body that can work indefinitely. A life dependent on someone else's money, like Jenny's, is too uncertain. If your mind and body are healthy, most things should go well. I resolve to live responsibly for my aging self. Next to me, my mother-in-law breaks a good sweat while doing strength training. Mother, I'll join you. I might feel bad for my husband waiting in heaven, but we plan to live much longer. I refuse to become a beggar living off welfare for the rest of my life with an old hag like you. I will make sure everything is settled properly. During an unexpected reunion with my ex-husband, who had selfishly demanded a divorce and kicked me out of the house, he claimed he would bill me for all the expenses incurred over the years. Okay, got it. Let's settle everything properly. 2 days after I readily agreed, my ex-husband, who had gone insane, bombarded me with calls. My name is Ashley Morris, a 35-year-old housewife. I met and married Jeff through an arranged marriage when I was quite young, as both my parents had died when I was in high school, leaving me completely alone. No matter how much you manage to live on, it's tough without a family. Although I had an inheritance from my parents and wasn't struggling with money, I had no one to rely on. Ashley, if you'd like, why don't you try an arranged marriage? If you marry a good person, you can help each other and I'll feel at ease. A friend of my mother's, concerned about me, had suggested I participate in arranged meetings. There I met my husband, who said, "I just started working and might not be very reliable, but I am serious about you, Ashley." Attracted by his sincerity, we dated for 3 years and eventually got married. However, life wasn't smooth sailing, as we were getting used to married life and considering having children. My father-in-law suffered a severe back injury, and his wife alone couldn't manage. I'm worried, maybe we could live together and I could help? Of course. Filial piety is something you can only do while you're alive. Leave everything about the house to me. Wanting to help my in-laws who treated me like their own daughter, I became a full-time housewife to support them. You're coming home late recently. Is it that hard? Shut up, I'm the one providing for you, so no complaints. However, my husband began spending less time at home, and his attitude towards me turned cold. I wonder what's wrong. Maybe it's getting harder since I became a housewife. But maybe things will get better once your father is well again. Despite feeling insecure, I remained optimistic. But then my father-in-law's illness was discovered, and I had no chance to discuss it with my husband. I'm sorry we've been a burden since we got married. You wanted children, and we've only been a nuisance. My health deteriorated, causing trouble for Ashley. Don't worry too much. I think of you both as my real parents. Let me show my filial piety. I acted cheerfully towards my apologetic in-laws, hoping they would recover as I worked hard on caregiving and household chores. Then, when my father-in-law eventually passed away, and while still in shock, I was told, "Finally, the dead weight is gone. You're useless now too." What? What are you talking about? I was stunned by these words right after the funeral. My husband then said, "I was holding back because of my father, but I don't need you. Who neglected your own husband? You were cold to me, right? Always busy with my father and mother. You are their child, aren't you? Besides, you hardly ever came home, and you never listened to me. That's your fault for not trying hard enough. I don't want to be with someone who has no children with me anymore. I have someone who loves me and a child with her. An old hag like you is just in the way. Divorce me and get out quickly." Already shocked by my father-in-law's death, I couldn't think straight when faced with this devastating revelation from my husband, and ended up divorcing and leaving the in-laws' house with my belongings. There were times I prioritized your parents, but that was something Jeff initially asked for, and he wasn't even coming home. We had decided to put off having children for a while. If you hated it, you should have told me. But whenever I tried to talk, you always got upset. Our marriage was impossible. I had my grievances with my ex-husband, but I didn't regret the divorce. Anyway, I need to find a place to live and a job. Soon after, I found a place to live and was looking for a job. Hey, isn't that Ashley? What are you doing here? While I was looking at job flyers in a store, my ex-husband approached me. Next to him was a young woman holding a baby. I thought, I remember he mentioned something about cheating. So it was true. He even has a child now. How old is this person? During this unexpected reunion with my ex-husband and his shockingly young mistress, I remained silent as he smirked and said, "Well, it's good I caught you. You spent money without permission during my father's caregiving." Huh? Confused and without any recollection, he continued in a domineering tone. "Don't play dumb. After checking Dad's savings, there was less than there should have been. He had a good position and should have had more savings. Isn't it strange? You must have used it since I saw Mom giving you money. You were receiving quite a bit, right? I was managing the household, and the money I received was for shopping on their behalf. I hadn't managed my in-laws' savings, but my ex-husband wasn't convinced. Anyway, I want back the money you cost me during our marriage. I refuse to become a beggar living off welfare for the rest of my life with an old hag like you. I will make sure everything is settled properly." My ex-husband was adamant about getting his money back. "It's your fault for running off with the household money, you know? Make sure you return it." His mistress glared at me and said that. I thought, something about this situation seems off. Feeling a discrepancy in their reactions, but unable to clarify here, I said, "Okay, that's fine. Money matters need careful management. It's not appropriate here and will need documents, right? Let's discuss this in detail next time." I agreed to a discussion proposed by my ex-husband. Good as long as you understand. Don't think you can escape by not wanting to pay. I wouldn't do that. Here, this is my current home address and phone number. Contact me when you're ready. After giving him my contact information, I immediately went home. Then, 2 days later, while I was working, I noticed dozens of missed calls from my ex-husband on my smartphone. I thought, why is he calling this much? As I was puzzled looking at the call history, the phone rang again, so I answered. "Hey, what's going on here? What do you mean?" But my ex-husband was making no sense at all. "Just calm down. What do you need? How can you live there? It's ridiculous." It seemed like he wasn't listening to my voice. "I'm at work right now, so I'll contact you later." After saying this, I hung up and focused on my job. After work, I checked and saw that he had called several times again. Maybe I can read an email more calmly. I sent an email to set up a meeting date with my ex-husband and headed home. He quickly confirmed, and since the next day was a holiday, we arranged to meet at a store. When I arrived, he was already there, and upon seeing me, he burst out, "Hey! What's the meaning of this? What do you mean? Explain it to me calmly." He began to interrogate me in an agitated manner. Once we sat down and I showed readiness to listen, he launched into his tirade. "The address you gave. Isn't that a luxury high-rise apartment? How can you, a housewife, afford to live in such a place? You must have taken your father-in-law's inheritance." "There's no way I would take your father's inheritance. That's my parents' inheritance." I responded calmly to my furious ex-husband. "Your parents' inheritance? But they died a long time ago, didn't they? You said you used it for your school fees." "It's true that I used some for school fees, but both of my parents were originally wealthy. And there was quite a lot left, including real estate. I've managed it carefully since it was what my parents left me, and it has grown over time. I had thought my parents were wealthy, but I was surprised to see just how much they had left when I checked the inheritance." "This much?" They even left land and buildings. With this, there was no problem going to high school. But it's an inheritance left by my parents, so I'll use it carefully. I felt the inheritance was like a memento of my parents. And I learned about asset management and real estate handling thereafter. Even after quitting my job, I managed the assets. I also make use of the real estate I own, and I get a monthly rental income. So now my annual income is about $2 million. That's why living in that high-rise apartment is easy. After you kicked me out, I was looking for a place and a real estate agent friend recommended it. Because it was available. It has good facilities and high security. So I bought an entire floor. It's just right for living leisurely by myself. $2 million. That much. And you bought a high-rise apartment. That alone could build a whole house. My ex-husband was so shocked he froze. But soon recovered and started questioning me accusingly. I didn't hear anything about this. We were married, why didn't you tell me anything? If I knew you had so much money, I wouldn't have cheated. As if he was implying that the cheating was somehow my fault. I sighed in disbelief before explaining. Even between spouses, money can change things. I'd be troubled if you relied on my wealth, and besides, savings from before our marriage are still personal, so it's none of your business. Plus, it's troublesome to be known as rich. It was tough when I inherited my fortune. But I had allies who helped me protect my parents' inheritance. That's when I learned not to speak carelessly about my own wealth. And to be cautious about whom I tell. A friend of my mother's had helped me greatly, had it not been for her. I don't know what would have happened. When she suggested the arranged marriage, she also advised me. Don't disclose the amount of your inheritance or savings. Say an average amount. If you reveal you have money up front, you might end up in a marriage for money. To choose someone who will seriously think about your future. Even if you can trust them, you shouldn't disclose your wealth carelessly. I had heard this from my parents before, but I didn't understand well at the time. Thinking if I won a large lottery, I'd be followed around. But when I grow up, I don't think I'll have that much money. I thought my parents were just being paranoid. But when it was reiterated to me, I truly understood its significance. I thought Aunt was quite wealthy, too. She must have had a hard time. Indeed, she has a good upbringing, but she never flaunted it. I need to be careful about my relationships. Aunt was originally rich. Since becoming successful as an investor, I've become even more cautious. Even when I was attracted to my ex-husband, I thought, he's bright, and being with him makes me feel more alive. He's working hard towards the future, and he's serious, so marriage might work. But he's young, and if I told him about my wealth, he might lose his motivation to work. Even if it doesn't bother him at first, it might eventually. So if I were to tell him, it would be much later. I was still making rational decisions even when excited. I did want to tell you someday. That's why I was observing your actions. To see if it would be safe to tell you. But since we started living together, you did nothing about the house and acted all high and mighty about providing for us. When I thought you were coming home, you were actually cheating. I'm glad I didn't tell you. It's an amount that wouldn't have been necessary in ordinary life. And if we had children, maybe I would have told them because they would have to inherit it. That is. No, if I had known about the money, I would have done the caregiving myself. Supporting 3 people alone was tough. He still seemed to want to blame me, but his argument was unreasonable. Like I said, assets before marriage are none of your business, right? You were the one who said money wouldn't be a problem when we decided to live together because you'd earn enough. It's your parents, so of course, you should help. When we considered living with the in-laws, we thought it would be better if one of us stayed home. You're better at housework, Ashley, so you can take care of the house. I'll work to compensate. I don't mind quitting my job, but there might be times when I'll need your help, Jeff. It'll be tough, but are you okay with that? I'm young and strong, no problem. That was how we decided to live together, but during the divorce, my ex-husband exploded with complaints he had been harboring. Could you not blame me for your cheating? If you had complaints, you should have spoken up. Instead, you reduced your time at home as if running away. You were cold to your own parents. Do you know how sad your father was? How many times had I felt helpless due to my selfish ex-husband? At first, his behavior wasn't overt. I thought, it seems like there's a distance between him and his father. I felt that he had become less attentive to his disabled father than before. I thought, he used to talk proudly about his father. Now, it seems like he's avoiding him. He talks to his mother, but I've never seen him do that with his father. But maybe I'm just overthinking it. However, my ex-husband's behavior changed. I'm tired from work. And yet, you want me to help around the house? Don't you have any intention of letting me rest? What's the point of being a housewife? I didn't mean that. I'm earning to provide for us. Late coming home? It's because I'm working overtime. Don't come complaining at me. He started to lash out at me more often and treated his parents as if they were non-existent, growing colder towards them. I thought, I'm sure he must be tired. Maybe I should prepare some light snacks and soothing items so he can relax at home. I then made an extra effort with my husband's lunches and started being more attentive than before. Thank you for your hard work as always. Here's your lunch. I put in some fried chicken today. What would you like for dinner tonight? While I tried to include his favorite dishes and paid attention to health, he would say, I'll be late, so I don't need it. I'm going to eat with people from work, so I don't need the lunch either. Thus, my husband increasingly ate out. On his days off, he often said he had work and would leave the house. Oh, Jeff isn't here today? Where could he be going, leaving Ashley behind? It's because I hurt my back. I'm sorry to have married you and then caused you nothing but trouble. It's not your fault, Father. He's just busy with work. Despite the change in my husband's attitude, I reassured the worried in-laws that they shouldn't feel guilty. However, my ex-husband's behavior didn't improve, and as his father's health worsened. I haven't seen Jeff lately. Hasn't he come home? No, he does come home, but it's always late at night, after you've gone to sleep, Mother. Is he really coming home that late? I see him less and less lately. Are you managing to spend any time with Jeff? Is he barely home even though he lives in the same house? Does he care about you, Ashley? My mother-in-law was so concerned about our marriage. The truth is, we've been talking less and less, and honestly, our relationship has become quite cold. I hadn't intended to tell my mother-in-law, but perhaps I was at my limit. I had been talking with my husband only about essential matters. I thought, we used to talk and have fun. Now, it seems like he has no interest in family life and is just going through the motions. The more I try to talk to him, the more he ignores me. I had resigned myself to my husband's indifference, but still felt a hint of sadness. I let something slip in conversation. What? That stupid son of mine. You've always been so good to us, Ashley. I'm sorry about our son. My mother-in-law was on my side. Being a full-time housewife, I spent a lot of time at home, and we had grown as close as real parents and child. I thought, the in-laws are so kind to me, but why has Jeff changed so much? He used to be so bright and never cold towards me. I don't feel like I can continue being married to Jeff, but if we divorced, I can't imagine him managing on his own, and I'm worried about the in-laws. I had been considering divorce for years. Both of them apologized to me as if they were sorry for having such a son. Father even worried about me to the very end. You wouldn't know since you were always avoiding him. That is, my ex-husband, perhaps feeling a bit guilty, hesitated in his response. When I knew his father's condition was dire, I approached him. Hey, why don't you also visit your father? You can only show filial piety while he's alive, you know? Huh? Perhaps surprised because I hadn't spoken to him properly recently, I continued. We haven't talked properly lately. The doctor said he doesn't have much time left. I don't want you to have regrets. Although there was hardly any affection left in him, I regretted not being able to show filial piety when my parents passed away suddenly. I don't want Jeff to experience the same. I had agreed to live with the in-laws and become a housewife. They treat me like their own daughter, and I can't just ignore them. I decided to do for them what I wished I could have done for my own parents. Jeff should care about his parents too. And maybe if we got along better in the end, it would bring peace to Father. With a slight hope that Jeff would care, I spoke to him. Unusually for me to initiate conversation. He listened silently, but then left the house as if nothing had happened. I thought, it's always about Father's inheritance with him, and he doesn't seem sad. I didn't sense any secret tears at the funeral. I was disappointed that he only seemed to care about the inheritance. I thought, he used to be considerate of others, but he's changed. Watching my ex-husband, I realized once more that any expectations of him had disappeared. Before you brought up divorce, I had honestly been considering it too. We hadn't been talking, and there was nothing we did together anymore. The only reason I hadn't divorced was because I was worried about the in-laws. Exhausted, I spoke, and my ex-husband said nothing. I thought, I'm tired of being with this person, and I want to end this conversation quickly. Emotionally charged from my ex-husband's accusations, I too was slightly dragged into it, but regained my composure to address the matter. So, this was about settling things from when we were married? I've been concerned about the money from that time too, so let's get this settled quickly. As I mentioned this, my ex-husband perked up and began. Yeah, that's right. I want you to return the money from when we were married. With a triumphant look, I smiled and presented the documents. Here you go. These are the medical bills for Father's treatment that I covered. And since you cheated, I'd like the compensation for that too, please. What? Explaining to my ex-husband, who looked confused. Your father got a slipped disc, and after he recovered, he got sick again. So the medical expenses were significant. Initially, I used savings. But as the money dwindled, I covered the costs. Of course, the in-laws hadn't asked me to. We didn't have enough money for treatment. I couldn't even talk to Jeff about it. I'm supposed to leave the house management to Ashley. But I thought about working. Is there somewhere I can work? Looking at the passbook and making a difficult face, my mother-in-law had consulted with me. I thought, the in-laws are trying to manage on their own. Even though they aren't very physically strong. Moved by my in-laws, I immediately decided to help. Then I'll pay for it. I have savings from before I was married. And I've been investing that money, so I have a decent amount saved up. I kept silent about the inheritance and told them that. But you are already taking care of us. And we shouldn't trouble her any more than we have to. Plus, what you earned before you married is yours. You don't have to go to such lengths just because you're our daughter-in-law. I think of you, my in-laws, like my real parents. I couldn't do much filial piety for my own parents, so please let me handle this. Really? Then may I rely on you? I will definitely repay you someday. When my father-in-law found out I would cover the costs, he said. Our son isn't reliable, but thank you so much, Ashley. I'll get well soon and repay you for your kindness. He became more motivated for his treatments than before. I've been keeping track of the household expenses. So I've written down the amount I covered. I've kept the receipts too. I didn't think I'd ask to be repaid, but if you're settling up, then please make sure you pay. What? $8,000? Isn't that too much? I've been hospitalized several times, and the medication costs a considerable amount. So it amounts to that much. I've recorded everything, you can see for yourself. Although I mentioned settling things from when we were married, my ex-husband was only thinking about extorting money from me. So when he realized he would be the one paying, he turned pale. And there's also the compensation for the affair. What? We're already divorced, it has nothing to do with you. Since the divorce was recent, I can still claim compensation. I've hired a detective agency to gather evidence of the affair. I haven't received the report yet, but they've told me the affair is certain. After bumping into my ex-husband unexpectedly. To be suspected of taking the inheritance. I have records of the money I used. But it would be troublesome if he screamed and didn't believe my explanation. So I should hire a third party. Thinking this, I had already consulted a detective agency and a lawyer. Why would you do such a thing? It's a matter of money, of course. If you don't like it, you can hire a lawyer too. Though you'll definitely lose. I can't pay that. I have children to take care of. My ex-husband murmured a lie, starting to give off a sense of desperation. It seemed impossible to continue the conversation. You'll have to take responsibility for what you've done. Once the documents are ready, let's talk again. I called out to my ex-husband, though I was not sure he was listening. And then left the store. Later, I visited the in-laws' home with a lawyer. Because I couldn't reach my ex-husband by contact. I thought, you probably wish this never happened, but that won't work. Since nothing was progressing, we decided to make a surprise visit today. When I rang the doorbell, my ex-husband was the one who appeared. What? Why is Ashley here? I told you we'd talk again. I called and emailed but got no response, so I came. I am the lawyer representing her. We have prepared the documents and evidence, so we can settle this quickly. Hearing this, my ex-husband turned pale and suddenly apologized. I'm sorry. Please stop the demand for compensation. I don't have the money to pay. Think an apology is enough? You're the one who had an affair. And I have the right to claim compensation. What? You have plenty of money. It won't matter if I don't pay. You have a legal obligation to pay damages for the affair. It's determined by law. I'm telling you I can't pay. My ex-husband was desperate not to pay, and his voice had become quite loud. What's all this noise about? Attracted by the commotion, my mother-in-law and the mistress, holding a baby, came timidly outside. Oh, isn't that Ashley? Upon noticing me, my mother-in-law exclaimed in surprise and approached. "I'm truly sorry. Ashley has been so kind to us." Then she also apologized. "Mother, that position is bad for your body. Please sit normally." I hurriedly helped her stand up. Since the mistress looked confused, I explained everything from the beginning. I came here today because he had told me we would settle things from when we were married. I intended to have him pay for the treatment costs I covered, and for compensation for the affair, but he didn't think he would have to pay. I haven't been able to contact him, so I came today. What? You should pay Ashley properly. But I have a child, and if I pay, I won't be able to live. Being scolded by his mother, the reluctant ex-husband was told, "You should definitely pay if you had an affair." What? Sarah. Even the mistress began to blame him. "You were his previous wife." "I'm really sorry. I didn't know, and I apologize for driving you out." Confronted by the mistress who had previously been hostile, I asked to confirm. "Didn't you know Jeff was married? I thought he was single because he wasn't wearing a ring. He told me he wanted to get married. I was pregnant while we were dating. I was still in university. Had no parents, and he was the only person I could rely on. We were seriously dating, so when I asked, he agreed to marry me." She took a deep breath, her face contorted as she continued. "But after we got married, I heard he was previously married. Women's clothes that weren't his mother's appeared at home, and when I confronted him, he said they belonged to his ex-wife. He explained that he had squandered money, and when he said he wanted a divorce, he was stopped until it finally stopped. I was relieved because he seemed repentant, and I believed him until I met you and glared at you." The mistress looked apologetically at me and continued. But something about what his mother said started to feel off. Jeff would complain about his ex-wife not doing housework, but it seemed to me that he couldn't do it either. At first, I was relieved to marry even though I had no relatives. But now I can no longer trust Jeff. If possible, I'd like a divorce. What? What are you saying? My ex-husband was shocked, but it seemed only natural. I thought, to be lied to by someone you trusted in marriage. It's understandable to become fed up with Jeff, who doesn't seem to want to protect his family. I couldn't help but feel sympathy for the frail mistress. I had learned about her when I investigated the affair. She went to university and lost her parents, somewhat like me. But she didn't have much inheritance, so she had to work multiple part-time jobs. Perhaps she dated Jeff, seeking a stable life. It turns out she was deceived by my ex-husband. It's been a month since I saw my mother-in-law, and she seemed noticeably thinner. I thought, it seems she's been sick with worry since our divorce. And Jeff doesn't seem the type to care for his parents. I was concerned about how my mother-in-law was doing after the divorce. And if the mistress were to divorce as well, she would struggle with a child to raise. Thinking this situation was untenable, I proposed. "Why don't you and Sarah come live with me? My house is spacious enough, and it would be perfect if you could come." What? What are you talking about? You be quiet. What do you think? I'm worried about leaving you in such a house, even if it's just temporarily. Ashley is a stranger now, right? Are you planning to abandon your real son and go with her, Mom? Sarah, you're married to me. To this, the two women responded sternly to my ex-husband. A son who dumps everything on Ashley and then cheats isn't a son at all. We don't want a liar. Besides, he doesn't help with the child or anything, He's not reliable as a husband. Leaving the complaining ex-husband behind, we all left the house together. Later, we started living together. I filed for compensation from my ex-husband and also demanded child support payments for the mistress. If I had stayed married, I would have had money and a child. Now I'm swamped in debt. Of course, my ex-husband's savings were not enough to pay, and he would likely be busy repaying debts for a while. As for us, is it really okay for me to be a burden too? I didn't know, but I had an affair. The mistress said apologetically to me, but I reassured her. Jeff is the one at fault. You had a tough time suddenly losing your parents. It was Jeff who took advantage of you. There's a baby involved, let's help each other. And as we lived supporting one another, we became like a real family. I thought, it feels so peaceful. Having a family that can help each other is really wonderful. I strongly felt the desire to protect this life, reminiscent of the security I had when living with my parents. I also decided to donate some of my assets to a non-profit organization that supports people without relatives or single mothers. I had assets and people to help me, but there are many who aren't so lucky and struggle. I hope I can help them a little. It might be self-satisfaction, but I hope that someone in a similar situation to ours can be saved.